Howdy, howdy, it's your old pal, Tiki the Hut. I appreciate you guys staying with me. Had a little bit of technical difficulty. Had to put a bolt pistol round in the back of the head of the old tech priest, but we are here. Glad to be back. I'm back from the hurricane. Hey, Nathan, what's going on, buddy? You got me hooked on XCOM 2 again, buddy. I'm not gonna lie. When I was without power and I only had enough power to like charge a few things, so you can't really play like Xbox and a TV and all this stuff. So I had my laptop, so I was like, made sure to download some games for the storm hit. XCOM 2 was one of them, so I got a lot of XCOM 2 gaming in. Anyways, hey guys, it's great to be back. I missed y'all. The hurricane was interesting. For those of you guys who don't know, I live in Central Florida. So, you know, Helene was kind of bad, but no big deal. Milton was a little bit more severe. So I've been gone for a while. Like I said, I haven't wielded an E-tool or filled that many sandbags since Afghanistan, but you know, I'm back. Blisters on my hands. Very minor damages to my house. We're extremely lucky, so we're okay here. Very minor damages. Several days without power and all that other kind of stuff. That's nothing compared to other people, so we're super happy. But I've been, you know, clearing my yard of like fallen trees and debris and stuff like that. So I've been crazy busy. I I kind of wish chain axes were a real thing. I feel like that would be extremely useful. So as far as what we're going to knock out tonight, as you can tell, I finally got my book in the background. So excited. I read the hell out of this. Again, literally by candlelight a couple nights. But, so we'll be working on tonight. I'm pretty excited. I found this piece. I thought I lost it. So this is the German. I believe it's actually, I don't think it's an SS. I think it's a Herr. A German tank commander. As you can tell, I still got to clean it up a little bit with a blade. But this is the German commander that came with my Panther kit. So naturally, we're going to build another Type 97 Chiha, and we're going to use him as the commander to kind of make them all look a little bit different as much as I can, you know, without repeating poses. So for this guy, we're going to give him the old French royalty treatment, so that means we're going to definitely cut the head off, and we'll probably swap on a samurai helmet. And with some more people hop in the chat, I'll give you guys the choice. As you can tell, I like this pose because his right arm is open, right? So I have a whole bunch of arms to put there. We can have another sword, kind of like this guy. We can have a pistol. We can have an SMG. I might be able to rig up a light machine gun, which I think would be pretty cool. But we'll see how that goes. Plenty of choices on what we're going to do for this guy's arm. I don't know, one arm on the hip and an LMG on the other side is pretty gangster. We'll see. Also, just for fun, I got an order in the other day from, I want to say Anvil Industries. If you guys haven't used them for your minis, they're pretty awesome. So one of the things I ordered is this guy. He's kind of like a knockoff Captain America. He comes with some different types of shields, so we're going to build him today too. You have your traditional modern Captain America round shield, or you have the old school awesome shield like he took from the musical. So I might use that one. I really like the first Avengers look of Captain America, and he also comes with a Thompson. So if you're looking for a Samuel Hammers model, you know, the Paragon Officer, and you don't want to get the one from Games Workshop for a reason, low availability, high price, I think this little Captain America knockoff from Anvil Industries is legit. So we'll build him, and then we'll start to get work on a tank. So Nathan, man, I appreciate you checking in. Yeah, sometimes my OBS messes up. It'll launch the stream, but it won't go all the way through, so I have to like go into YouTube and delete it and like kind of relaunch it. I probably just need to update everything. That'll probably, and you know, I should probably light some candles and say some the appropriate litany of working for the machine spirit for it to work. The machine spirit for my OBS is not amused. So some of the other updates about the channel. So I am still working on the shirts. A lot of things got put on hold because of, you know, hurricanes. They will do that. I'm short on rum. I need to restock my rum supply. So still working on the t-shirt designs. Hey Matthew, what's going on, brother? Glad to see you. Hey, thanks man. Yeah, we're doing well. Glad you're tuning in. Glad you checked in. It means a lot. So still working on the t-shirt designs, I promise. Another thing coming down the pipe is I'm actually working on our own background music. I'm actually working on some of our own background music. I've been using Suno AI, the same program I used to make those other two songs, like our outro song that I like, I think some other people like. I'm actually using it to make a lot of instrumental songs, so that way I can have a background music. You know, it's a little bit more Tiki, less hula themed. I like the hula music, I do. But I'm trying to make like kind of more unique stuff, and also I don't want to use anybody else's stuff. Everyone's been super chilled. No one's, the exception of YouTube coming after me for using Fallout stuff, but that was my fault. No one's ever struck me, or no one's ever like done any DMCA takedowns. If you guys, I don't know if you guys are active on Reddit, in the bolt action Reddit. I don't know the full story, but somebody posted a short video of an artillery piece he built for the Russians. I think it was the name he put on the side of the cannon. I think it's reference to an old German song. I don't know. I don't want to tumble down the rabbit hole. But long story short, his thing got struck. And so there's a rumor, just a rumor, that YouTube's on the banhammer wagon for anything like World War II related, especially with the bad guys. So I'm trying to tread carefully. So I'm working on developing my own music. That way I don't have to worry about getting any DMCA strike downs or anything like that. So I am working on a whole bunch of background tracks that are hilarious to make. It's a lot of fun to do if you've never used the Suno, S-U-N-O, AI program to make your own songs. It's free and it's fun. Let's see. Oh, yeah. As far as XCOM 2. So in case I ever have to show it for the channel, you know, maybe I could do like a, if you guys ever want to, I could, on a random off day, I could do like a Let's Stream. So for my XCOM 2, I'm actually doing like a Neo Imperial Japan. So it's cool. I've downloaded a lot of samurai armor, a lot of Japanese samurai style voices from the Total War Shogun series, a lot of Red Alert 3 voices and assets, a lot of clothing from Dead or Alive and Metal Gear Solid, and a lot of other cool voices. So it's cool. I have this super, like, almost like cyberpunk Neo Imperial Japanese Army theme going on. It looks really cool. Like the heavy gunners, you know, with their miniguns and grenade launchers, have big old massive samurai helmets and masks and stuff like that. The side warriors are gonna make look like Yuki from Red Alert 3, you know, or Yoko from Red Alert 3 with all her like schoolgirl things, kind of like what is that? Sailor Moon style. The snipers are all like femme fatale style. Dude, it's super cool. Mad props Nathan for that. I found some of the coolest mods for XCOM 2. Like some of my favorites off the top of my head is there's a calendar pose, you know, for your poses when you make your posters. So that's super cool. So all my posters are like World War II style, you know, with like catchy little sayings with like pinup style poses. And one of my favorites is actually skins and music for the dropship. Or the Sky Ranger. So one of them is like, it paints it OD green, it has little like nose art on the side, and it plays like all sorts of cool like Vietnam style music. Anyways, huge. The reason I talk about XCOM, it's not an XCOM channel, but it got me through when I didn't have a lot of power, you know, in between reading and stuff like that. I have a little solar charger battery capacitor because I do a lot of drone stuff, so I have a lot of solar chargers and stuff like that, and capacitors and backup batteries. So I was able to charge my laptop, so I got a lot of XCOMing in. Now that power's gotten back, before I start on the models, I have been playing a lot of Space Marine 2. Like I said, I'm toying around with the idea of like possibly, you know, getting a gaming night together if anybody wants to. I like Space Marine 2. I don't think I'm the best at it. I play with my brothers a lot. I started off the heavy. I love the heavy, and now I gravitate towards the sniper. I love the sniper. Alright, so that's my 40k news. That's my XCOM 2 news. Now, again, read the Bolt Action 3rd edition rulebook a ton, cover to cover multiple times, trying to get better at it. Now let's get to crafting and building. So we're going to build our knockoff Captain America, and then we're probably going to build another tank and put this officer in. Should be a good stream. But what have you guys been up to? Like I said, a lot of my days were spent, you know, wielding an E-tool around, either filling sandbags or chopping up branches so I can kind of grab them and move them towards the front of the house so they can be picked up. Oh, this is kind of cool. So a cool model on this is in the rules. I was kind of curious. He has like a Tesla glove or a Tesla club. So here you kind of see a baseball bat with like stars on it, like stars and striped baseball bat. That's actually pretty cool. All right. I've already trimmed most of it, so let me trim these shields. Yeah, so I started off as heavy. I really like tactical. My first brother was in it before I could, and he's just now getting just not getting into 40k kind of seriously, so he's reading more and more about the lore. So he's like, oh, what about this chapter? Oh, what about this chapter? So it's super cool to hear that. And then we got my other brother involved, and you know, sure enough, he's like, yeah, I like the Black Templars. Like, I figured you would. So he's definitely a Black Templar guy. So he started off as heavy, and then he's also liking the bulwark. So. I'm not gonna lie, for my gameplay, so the heavy is fun. The heavy is probably the more fun character, I want to say. But the sniper, I think the low health and the low ammo, the sniper forces you to fight smart, not hard. I'm sure every class does. I'm not saying pairing isn't smart, or I'm not insulting any other class. But I feel like the sniper, I really pay attention to where every explosive barrel is, every plasma barrel. Like, I really time my shot to have a really good clip. If I can figure out how to get my clips from my Xbox to my YouTube channel, I have a whole bunch of fun clips from all sorts of games to kind of share that are very thematic. But I had a really good kill where, you know, I told my team to hang back. There's a couple different warriors, you know, I kind of, you know, popped one with a sniper round, kind of popped off a couple bolt pistol rounds, kind of drew them out, and then just nailed a barrel, swapped over it, cloaked, which reloaded my rifle, and then just pop, 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 dropped about 3 or 4 of them. It was absolutely phenomenal. So as a sniper, it really forces you to pay attention to your surroundings and use a lot of, like, I love melter bombs. Melter bombs are my favorite because you can just set so many good traps. I try and play more almost like a trap gunner than a sniper, if that makes sense. And unlike the heavy, as the sniper, when you get jumped, because you will get jumped, it's a lot easier to fight and survive. You know, especially once you get to that first, what is it, green? Yeah, once you get to the first green tier for combat knives, once you get that fencing for a combat knife, yeah, that was the saving grace for sniper. Yeah, I miss chatting with you guys, man. It's been a, luckily I got plenty of catch-up time with Mrs. Tiki. You know, surviving the storm, hanging out for a while, which is pretty nice. My dogs absolutely loved it. Like, hey, we get nothing but human time, like 24/7. This is phenomenal. But I kind of miss chatting with you guys. So like I said, if you guys have any topic you want to talk about or chat about, man, let me know. If it's any like modern day stuff, I've kind of like missed out on modern day, you know, current events as far as YouTube or tabletop stuff, because I've just been out of the loop for a while. Yeah, the sniper's definitely become my go-to, and oh, so the other cool thing, a lot of you guys were on the streams when I painted them. When I painted up my custom warband for the Red Corsairs, they were former Knight Errant, and then they formed their own called Sawtooth Squadron, and they're, you know, loyal underneath the Red Corsairs. So I took that paint scheme and I brought it over into the Space Marine 2, so that's what I paint my guys as. So they're all black. The right shoulder is black with a white skull, and the left shoulder, you know, is red with the, I use the iron, the Imperial Fist for right now, and I just paint it black, so it works. It doesn't look exactly like it, but it's good enough until I get the heraldry I need. You know, I don't wear any purity seals, none of that stuff, so I try and make them look as piratey as possible. It's pretty legit. I also have like a legit all red, so it matches, and black top of the legs and red bottom of the legs, so it kind of looks more like what Red Corsairs do. I've worn it, and I think like one person's noticed. He's like, you don't look like a loyalist. I was like, shh, I just don't pay taxes. So I do have a box of Space Cruiser from Wargaming Atlantic. It's a, I think they're called, not Bullet Sponge, something like that. Something along like Bullet Sponge or Bullet Magnet or like something of that nature. They're kind of like, you can use it to build like convicts or regular marine, like space marine, kind of like colonial marine style, or you can use it to build like space crew. So I plan on making them like space crew, and they're gonna be my my trader guard for my Saw 2 squadron. So I've reached out to another guy who does Warhammer 40k stuff to see if he ever wants to do like a dual stream. And that's kind of what I'm saving that for. Hey, Paint Games, how you doing, man? How's the weather up in the far, far frozen north? If you see a teenager named Elsa try and run for, I guess you don't run for royalty, but if that chick ever tries to become queen, you better stop her. She'll go all teenage on you and throw a fit and freeze your whole town, which sole export is ice. Loyalist World Eater, I love it. Yeah, every time my brother gets into a chapter, I'll tell him about another one. He's like, oh, these guys are cool. I was like, oh, wait till you meet the flesh tears. He's like, what the hell is a flesh tear? Then I gotta tell him about that. He's like, oh, that's awesome. He was trying to ask me what my favorite Loyalist chapter is. So, everyone knows I don't like Primaris Space Marines. I just don't like the lore shift, right? If I did like Primaris Space Marines, my favorite chapter would probably be the Void Tridents. I like what the chapter's about. I just regret that it has to be all Primaris per the lore. That's kind of sad. Other than that, it's probably Carcharodons, you know, the Space Sharks, or the Marines Errant, a little lesser known chapter. You know, everyone knows like my Astral Claws, just the Astral Claws don't play taxes anymore. And they have red armor. Alright, so we are working on our Captain America. I decided not to go with the modern day shield. And instead, I'm gonna go with the heater style shaped shield that he used in the beginning of the movie. It's one of the videos I'm working on. It's one of my first Tiki top 10s. Probably the second one I put out. It's like my top 10 movies. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do movies or movies/shows, but movies to get you in the mood for Konflikt 47. And Captain America: The First Avenger is definitely on there. That's a classic. But I will tell you, the one benefit to that hurricane, I mean, there's not a lot of benefits, and a lot of people lost stuff, so it's kind of hard to make light of it, but I was trying to keep my mood up. Just know I'm not making light of it or light of anything that anybody else had to suffer. But one benefit is this: you're completely detached a lot from the internet, so apparently I came back, there's all sorts of like internet drama and YouTube drama with different stuff that I missed out on, so it's kind of hilarious. To just completely fully detach from it. It's a huge vacation. You see the screen change a little bit, it's just because I'm actually refreshing the chat, so the way the chat actually shows up in the stream, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. Take that, Cult of Mars. I don't need your toaster shit. Oh, I was just talking about it earlier. So again, I'm not a big drama stream guy. It's actually a friendly one. One guy had his video supposedly copyright struck for including harmful language because he had I think it was a Russian artillery piece, and he wrote some name on the barrel, and I guess it's a reference to a German song. I like to think I know a little bit about like world history and World War II history. I never heard of this before a day in my life, but I am just a Yank, so what do I know? So I'm not sure what's going on with that one. Alright, we have our Captain America already built. He's got his Thompson. He's got his shield. He's even got a club on the back. Easy peasy. Alright, one model knocked out already. Oh, I'd already been cleaning that one up and getting it ready. Yes! Nathan, how'd you know that? Holy shit. Okay, so Nathan knows it. I have no idea what that shit's even about. So, I don't even want to touch it or dive into it. You know, I'm just saying that that's the thing I heard about. Alright, so we're going to leave this German to the side before we cut his head off, and we're going to start working on the tank. Okay, wow, I guess, never mind, I guess I don't know. I don't know as much history as I thought I did. I haven't heard of that. Maybe I have heard of it. I know what they're talking about once I hear the song, but I will not even touch that with a 10-foot pole, because even though I'm a low channel, I've already suffered YouTube's wrath once, and I'm already basically on YouTube probation. So I really don't want to incur their wrath. I don't know if you guys know that. One of my first big projects is I made an 8-hour-long mix of Fallout songs, including my own voiceover as a DJ. And I actually rented a server so I could host that 24/7 like an actual radio station. And YouTube lost their absolute shit because I didn't have the right license to stream music like that, which makes sense. Even though I edited everything and it was not the original, I mean, I added in background, I edited everything to make sure. I even put like, hey, it's just for fun, and I still got straight up struck by YouTube very quickly. Granted, it was the night before the Fallout show came out, so I guess they were looking for leaks. So I got hit hard. And I'm pretty sure I'm on like their shit list already, and that's when I had like 50 subscribers. So, you know, I did all the little CBT training and admitted I was wrong, and you know, all the other crap. So, because they are right. I mean, they weren't shitty about it. It's absolutely true. I didn't do my research, and I 100% did have the wrong license. So that's on me. I'm not even mad. It's my fault for not doing my research. I was curious why nobody else did it, and I found out pretty quick. Yeah, that Erica, he literally had just the name Erica. Yes and no. Big picture, to stream music like that, especially copyrighted music, you're basically a radio station. You have to have a certain permission to do that. It's like a certain license to do that. And I was using the regular YouTuber license, which is the wrong one. You have to pay for that kind of license. So they quickly told me to stop what I was doing, and I did. Oh, that was not fun. Yeah, so I plan on releasing the full 8 hours as an actual video, which from all my research, that is that is 100% allowed. So I plan on releasing it all as like an 8-hour video, and that way people can just like listen to that while I play Fallout if they want, you know, or if they're using like the Fallout tabletop, you know. That way I don't have all that time lost. It was a lot of time, you know, editing all those songs and putting in my own voice acting. I say voice acting, I just did voiceover like a DJ. I obviously can't act. Hey, that's awesome. For you guys who don't know, Paint Games, he does a lot of collecting and a lot of painting, but I don't think he's ever done any playing, so this might actually be his first 40k match. First, I guess, legitimate 40k match. So that's pretty exciting, man. Alright, so we are going to start working on our 4th tank. I already have 4 tanks. I'm building another, so you can call it my 4th or my 5th overall tank, but the 4th one built on this channel. Nice. Yeah, I think that's actually going to be my my second kill team army I'm going to build. That way I can do some kill team in my area in case someone has an army. I like the idea that chat floated like a Tiki themed, like, you know, Tiki gods and stuff like that themed Necron army. I was toying between that or like a like space western style, like Eternal Ronin style cowboys. You know, like you know, they're all metal like Necrons, but they have like, you know, ponchos and cowboy hats and stuff like that. Yeah, everyone's telling me like what's competitive for kill team for the Necrons, but I think just for ease, I'm just gonna do a whole bunch of just like eight regular warriors. Big changes? Yeah, there. Short answer, yes, there are, Matthew. The Japanese got Banzai to get nerfed. We won't get our rule book for years. The Germans got a big improvement. The one thing I do like is the ability. It kind of reminds me of the good stuff of 6th and 7th edition from Imperial Guard for Warhammer 40k, where it's more Force Org style. You don't just like take a squad. Like Bolt Action 2 was cool. Bolt Action 2 looked a lot about Bolt Action version 2 looked a lot like the ad hoc warfare of Europe post Normandy invasion, where you'd have like a squad of paratroopers would link up with like maybe one tank from, you know, an armored unit somewhere, and they'd go through and clear a village. You know, it had that kind of feel to it. Or like the Germans would gather whatever kind of defenses, whatever units they could scrap together. Like, hey, here's some SS, here's some Pioneers, you know, just kind of throw them together. Whereas version 3 has a much more almost regimented, like, hey, here's a rifle platoon. Now you have a rifle platoon, you could take, you know, you can have a company commander, you could take an armored platoon, or a recce platoon, or a fire support platoon. You know, that's kind of cool. It feels a lot more regimented, and I really enjoy that, being like a military nerd. Without getting too far into it, Nathan, this is just my opinion. It doesn't matter for anything. It's just me being me. The reason why is I think that's what we call like an easy target. It's you can make a spicy comment about World War I and World War II in either direction, and it's kind of like safe edgy. You know, it's like a safe thing to kind of make an outlandish statement on, you know? So I think that's why you see a lot of stuff like that. That's why a lot of people still do like moral crusades about a war that took place, you know. Well, the first one took place over 100 years ago, and almost the second one did too, here in about 20 years, a couple decades. So I think that's why. And then once you kind of dive into the history of it, you find out that World War II wasn't as black and white as it appears quite often. But I think that's why you see that a lot, man. I think it's, for a lot of people, it's generally like a safe topic to kind of like dunk on, you know? It's like complaining about parking ticket or taxes. Like, it's a very easy way to get people on your side, a very easy topic to use. Oh no, my tread was broken on the sprue. Oh, that's not good. I can fix that. So I'm working on building this, you know, I'm doing that, you know, we've seen it before, because you've been in the stream before. As I'm cleaning up the treads and all the other stuff to kind of get it ready, take a look at this guy right here. And yeah, he is a German, but he won't be for long. So take a look at this German tank commander that comes in the Panther kit, and decide what you guys want for that right arm. I can do, yeah, my boy Luft Huron isn't a fan of taxes either. So we can do another katana like this guy. We can do a pistol. We can do a submachine gun. We can do a light machine gun. You guys let me know what you want on that arm. What you think will look cool. Yeah, see, there you go. Like it for the strategic and tactical history that it offers, and don't get muddled down by the morality. That's a good call. So I do have another pose of this guy, and instead of putting a... Oops, sorry, it's a little too close. So I do have another metal pose of this guy. So instead of putting a katana in his hand for the second one, we can put a, you know, a Nambu pistol in that one. Yeah, they're always listening. But technically the stream isn't monetized, so I'm pretty sure they don't care. So that was the other thing I watched, just a little personal thing. I won't get into it, I won't name the channels, because like I said, once you start involving other channels, people can feel strongly about channels one way or the other. But anyways, I watched a funny little clip on how some channels were freaking out about, you know, monetization. And I'm not throwing shade. Tiki's not throwing shade. I'm all about relaxing and chilling and stuff like that. But some people do this for a living, and that's awesome. I think some people are good enough to do it for a living, and I think some aren't. But someone showed highlights of clips of YouTube channels that weren't making their monetization goals, I guess. And they were like freaking out and berating the audience and doing like guilt trips and stuff like that. Oh my god, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. I'm just like, ooh, that's why you don't monetize, you know. I think like a lot of people made it their full-time gig during the outbreak, and then after that, viewership kind of falls off, I guess. But I was just like, oh man. It was tough to watch. It was like 3 separate channels doing it. It just kept getting worse and worse. And I was like, ooh. So glad, just a heads up, that just reinforced my opinion. This channel will never ever be monetized. There is no Patreon. There never will be a Patreon. There's no super tips. There's none of that stuff. I'll do t-shirts just for fun, you know, and that goes straight towards paying for the Clash of the Caribbean tournament every year. But no, there is absolutely no monetization for this channel. Oh my god, it seems like you'd avoid a lot of drama that way. Like, no shade on people who do it for a living, that's awesome, you know? But doing it 100% for your living instead of just to supplement your income, that's a bold move gotten. Alright, man, hey, best of luck painting games. I hope you do well, buddy. Remember, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, just be a really good opponent. Be the person that you would want to play against, and I promise you, you'll have a good time. Don't let them, you know, walk all over you. Don't let them do any whack or any weird cheating stuff, but also be pretty chill about it, and I think you'll have a good time. As far as some other big changes, to your question earlier, Matthew, with bolt action, there are a lot. I haven't played my first game yet, so I'm trying to be gentlemanly and hold back my opinions until I play my first game. Then I think I'll have a little bit more grounded opinion. Because I can sit there and watch other people play games for a while, but until you play for yourself, it's hard to get a feel for it. So I want to say something, but I don't think I'm experienced or educated or worthy enough to say it. So let me get a game or two under my belt, Matthew, then I'll be able to give you a much better and more appropriate opinion on what all's changed between Volume 2 and Volume 3. Luckily, Konflikt 47, it is going to have an so that's the news. Konflikt 47 is going to have an update. I think it's like a year, maybe a year and a half out. And they're going to upgrade it straight to version 3 rules for bolt actions. That way it's extremely compatible with bolt action. But up until then, Konflikt 47 still rolls off the basically first edition rules for bolt action. So, speaking of hurricane prep, if you've never prepared for a hurricane, besides sandbags, one of the other things you do is get wood together, you know, to protect your windows. I have some glass in my house that it protects. So I have a massive, and while I was at the store getting wood, early, by the way, I got it for the first hurricane, before the first hurricane landed. I was buying wood anyway, so I made sure to ask for, you know, the wood I needed for all my windows and stuff like that, but I also got a 6x4 piece, because as we all know, 6x4 is the correct size table for Wargaming, and when it says differently, you know, report them to the commissar. So, while I had nothing but time and a shit ton of spray paint, I actually primed both sides of my 6x4 tabletop. So that should allow, now that I have that, I don't have to go to stores to do filming, which I thought was going to be kind of weird. So now I might be able to do, in my garage, might be able to film some models on the tabletop, and that should help me be able to do some how to play videos for Konflikt 47. I'll do short and long versions, you know, so pretty excited about that. Yeah, I was super lucky, Matthew. It came like right before the second hurricane hit. So I was like, hell yes. I got nothing but time to read. And plenty of candles. So one of my local friendly gaming stores got hit pretty bad, so they'll be out of commission, so I'll probably have to drive to the other one in my area. My area did get schwacked a good amount, unfortunately. Like, currently I can't really go anywhere because everything's fine, but some of the roads are still flooded, some of the bridges are still out of commission in my area, so... It's like, and I was lucky that I didn't leave, and I fueled up my vehicle before the storm hit, so I had plenty of fuel. A lot of people were not that lucky. Or not that prepared, I should say. And no, because I saw comments on this too. I'm not one of those selfish people who stayed and then demanded to be rescued. It wasn't that. I live outside of an evacuation area. I don't live in a mandatory evacuation area, so it's perfectly legal that I stay. So before anyone like freaks out about that, like I'm rebelling against state orders or anything crazy like that. Perfectly safe where my house is. Hey, Evolution of Gaming, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, I'm finally back. I know I've been gone for a while. It took a little bit longer to clean up after that hurricane. Oh, nice. I hear great things about that game. I don't think my PC can handle it. I need to upgrade. But I hear great things about it. I've been on a Space Marine 2 and XCOM 2 kick myself. Speaking of PC game announcements, no StarCraft is not, not StarCraft. Star Citizen is still not releasing yet, for any of you who are involved in Star Citizen. I think I bought a $50 starter pack, like, back in 2018, and then I went on someone's YouTube thing where they like raffle ships, and I won a ship. I actually won a reclaimer. So, you know, I naturally melted it and got a whole bunch of like in-game money to buy different ships. So I keep my eye on Star Citizen stuff. I'm like $50 invested, but that's what you pay for any game, so I don't feel bad. Not really Scam Citizen for me. But more importantly, if you guys saw, during a concert of all things, Arma 4 was announced. Granted, it's a couple years away, but Arma 4. I don't know about y'all, but I played a lot of Arma 3. I'm a huge mission editor kind of guy. I've had a lot of fun with Arma 3. So that was pretty exciting to see. Also, just a heads up, this is, you know, I'm going to be shooting my normal hours. However, the place I work at, because I did return to work, I work remote. The place I work at is currently having a possible emergency, so at any moment in time I could get called in. I'm on like you know, call it like 6-ring standby or 5-ring standby, whatever you call it. So if I do get called, I will have to end the stream, unfortunately, and go to work. That's just how life works. They're super enough to give me plenty of time for the hurricane, which I appreciate, and that was nice. So I'm now on call. It's a fair trade, but just for you guys, just so y'all know as a heads up, I'll let you guys know ahead of time. Be like, hey, I got in the stream, I gotta go. There's an emergency at work, and then I'll have to log into work and do that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, just want to keep you guys up to date. That way you're not freaking out or anything. Yeah, I'm totally excited to be able to put in my own background music. I've been working on it because every day you get like so many free credits to make songs. So I've been like every day like cranking out some, listening to them, and coming up with clever titles. I think I'm up to like almost 45 minutes worth of music. So I'll have to get up to like 3 hours to finally do it. But it's a lot more, it's very more like surf rock style. It's like background surf rock. It has some cool like Japanese influence with some Japanese instruments in there, and like some different. It's neat. I said it's very very unique, which makes me excited. More importantly, it'll be my own, so no one will ever strike me. And also, as you guys know, anything I make, you guys are welcome to take and use however you want. It'll never bug me. Again, I was lucky enough to grow up in the beginning of YouTube. Like, I remember back in 2006, 2007. So that's why I'm not a fan of, like, hiding stuff behind paywalls or anything like that. I remember how much fun YouTube was in the early days. Speaking of early days, I saw Lonely Island released another video and song. I was like, holy shit, what year is this? I was like, this is awesome. It's called Sushi Glory Hole. It's exactly what you think it is, and it is hysterical. But yeah, after post the hurricane, I spent a lot of the time by day cleaning up debris, including like chopping up a lot of it. Again, I mean, I have a hatchet and stuff like that, but I was using the e-tool just because it was there. And at night, I have like a little grill, so I was using my charcoals. Again, I can't go to the store to get more charcoal, so I was mixing charcoal with like, branches and trees that had fallen down in my yard, like chopping it up into like, kindling and fuel and stuff like that. So I was just cooking out with my fallen branches that I've been harvesting all day, and just going through my freezer, cooking all the meat and stuff like that we had in our fridge or freezer. I cooked a lot of the stuff the first day in case the power never came back, and luckily it did, so we were able to keep that food fresh and kind of like reheat it. But I cooked a lot of sausage, a lot of venison, a lot of hot dogs, a lot of stuff like that. A lot of venison, actually. And, I was making plenty of drinks, while I still had ice. So I was making, like, pitchers of margaritas until I ran out of tequila. Yeah, I legitimately ran out of tequila for margaritas, which is truly sad. That was, like, the second day. I was like, oh, I ran out of margarita. So I had to start getting kind of creative with some of my, mixtures to make mixed drinks for the wife and I. Luckily, I enjoy my rum. I can drink my rum neat; it doesn't bother me. Being from the South, I prefer cold drinks. I prefer cold water or cold anything, So I prefer it on the rocks, but I don't have to have mixers. But I can also drink it neat, so that comes in handy when there's no ice. But our power came and went every couple hours every day, so it's always time to make ice and some other stuff. One thing I did notice, I'm sure you guys remember back when Amazon used to sell books, and I always sound like old man yells at clouds. But I was looking at some paperbacks. I remember back in the day, and again, this is a long time ago, granted. I remember back in the day being stationed overseas and ordering a lot of Warhammer 40k Black Library paperback books. A lot of omnibuses and stuff like that, so I'd always have something to read, you know? And they were always pretty affordable and always available. And I just recently looked. Have you tried finding a paperback Black Library book on Amazon? Like, I'm not even exaggerating. I think I was looking at like an omnibus for the Black Crusade. It was like $3,000 or somewhere like $300. I was like, what the hell is this? These people have gone insane with their pricing for a paperback book. Like, printing can't be that much. I'm assuming all these books are out of print now. I think that's what the issue is. Yeah, I actually, it's not a moral thing, so don't freak out. I don't hunt deer. The deer in my area are extraordinarily small. But I do hunt hog, so, actually, I don't have any more iguana meat. I don't like to keep iguana meat. Like, I'll cook it day of, but I don't like storing iguana meat because it can be kind of nasty. I'm out of gator. A buddy of mine hooked me up with a lot of gator when he went legally hunting gator, as I had some gator tail meat for a while. But a buddy of mine always hooks me with a lot of venison every year. With venison, one of my favorite things to make is, I call it deer pizza. You just get regular French bread loaves that you can get from like a grocery store, pretty cheap. And you just make a pizza with that. You know, you put down your pasta sauce, you know, you put down, you know, cheese, whatever else you want to add, and then you just kind of like slice up the venison and put the venison on there and make a venison French bread pizza in the oven. I'm just neatening up some of the treads before I glue them on to the wheels and bogies. Feels good to be building models again. It's very nice. Yeah, I always feel onions and onion salt and fresh cracked pepper go real good with venison. It's funny, I have traveled a lot. I've been to a lot of different countries, and I enjoy my time there. But it's like the more and more I traveled, the more I appreciated like Americana style food. I don't like to think I'm like a culinary peasant or anything like that, but someone asks me like, where's your favorite place to eat? Like, if I got to pick, it drives people crazy. I like going to Waffle House, you know, or I like going to like Cracker Barrel. I like simple Americana style food. Like, I know what I'm gonna get. It's like relaxing environment, stuff like that. I can enjoy good cuisine. There's dishes from different countries that I've been to that I really enjoy. Like, I absolutely loved Turkish food. Probably one of my favorite styles of food there is, other than Americana. But there's just something magical about a diner. And I just learned that the more and more I traveled, how much I absolutely love a really, and I'm saying once you get outside Waffle House, you go to like an actual legit mom and pop style diner. There's nothing like it. It's absolutely amazing. Like, if you show up and there's like 3 or 4 pages to the menu, and it looks like they made it on a printer from like the 1990s, you're like, oh hell yeah, this is gonna be good. it's the same thing with like drinking. Like when I was in Europe a lot, I really enjoyed wine. I actually wanted to get like trained to be a sommelier. Use part of my in-service tuition to kind of cover that. Obviously, it was not approved. They told me to shut up. But I've always really enjoyed wine and like wine pairings and stuff like that. But I learned, the more I learned, the less like snootier about it I became, and I realized like, hey, whatever you like, is what goes together. It's like, yeah, you can put like white with fish and red with, and there's reasons behind it, like the tannins help break down the meat and proteins. There's a legitimate science to it, but it's also the whole terroir concept of like, how the earth was and sun was in season 1, and everything kind of like goes together. So really what grows together goes together would always be my wine advice. But ultimately, whatever you like is perfectly fine. As long as you're not snooty about it, I think there's no real wrong way to do wine. The same thing, the older I got and the more I traveled and the more I enjoyed wine, the more relaxed about wine I became. But I can still appreciate good wine, like a hilarious story. Love Mrs. Tiki to death, but again, I like my wine cold. A lot of people are like, oh, serve it room temperature, but here in Florida, room temperature is not what it was in a drafty castle in like northern France in the medieval times. Two entirely separate concepts of room temperature. So I like my wine cold personally, unless it's like a mulled wine or heated wine. But anyways, so I had a bottle of and Nathan may get a kick out of this. I had a bottle of Spanish Rioja. I had I traded a buddy of mine who was in the Navy to pick up a bottle when he was down in Rota, Spain. So I had a couple bottles of it, drank some, and I was keeping one. And when it hit 10 years, I was gonna make the most epic sangria of all times with this very beautiful Spanish Rioja. And so I had it in the fridge at the time, so I was cooling it, because I was about to make it like, I think like in about a month I was going to make it, so I was waiting for when it hit the 10 month. And I think my wife was drinking one of her wines, or she was drinking something, and she got like thirsty, I guess. She saw that, she's like, oh, this wine looks great. And she drank it. I remember I came home from work one time, and I saw the bottle empty. I was like, hey, did you drink that Rioja? She's like, oh, that what that was? That wine was delicious. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, oh yeah, it was absolutely amazing. I was like, I know. It's a 10-year Rioja. I was like, Rioja, I've been saving that bottle for 10 years. She's like, well, it was delicious. I'm like, well, I'm glad. That was my plan. I'm glad my 10-year aged Rioja wine was delicious, truly. I'm glad you enjoyed it. She's like, wow, are you going to use that for something? I was like, yeah, just something 10 years in the making, but no worries. No worries. Matt, that place sounds good. I always like to, as a growing up around Tex-Mex, I always like to judge a Tex-Mex place by their huevos rancheros. So if you order it, depending on how that is, and if they make their own corn tortillas like in-house, or they have their own ranchero sauce from scratch, that's a good place. So huevos rancheros, it's kind of like a BLT. Like, very easy to make, very hard to mess up, but if it's really good, it just lets you know how good they are, So, hold up, I heard that. When I said huevos rancheros is like a BLT, don't freak out. No, huevos rancheros taste nothing like a BLT, but I'm saying simplistically wise, it's as simplistic as making a BLT, and it shows your level of skill on how well you can make it. It's very hard to mess up huevos rancheros. It's very hard to mess up a BLT. They don't taste the same. I don't want that to come across. Huevos rancheros, for you guys who don't know, is generally a corn tortilla with a couple eggs, generally over easy on top, and then it's like smothered in a ranchero sauce, homemade ranchero sauce. Ranchero sauce, hard to define, kind of like a red enchilada style salsa. Usually put fresh pepper on it. Very few ingredients, and it's absolutely delicious. I actually like diced green chilies or diced jalapenos on mine as well. It's a very good hangover food. If you're hungover, Wheels from Trails will hit the spot, I promise you. Alright, let's get the treads on here. Like I said, treads can be a nightmare. What I always recommend is always dry fit your treads. Like this one's gonna be a little bit off because it was the one that was broken on the sprue. I've been trying to figure out why I couldn't get to go together, and I just realized it's the broken one from the sprue. But that's fine. When we go to paint it, we'll just make sure to cover that broken part where the treads don't match. We'll make sure to put lots of mud, styrofoam battle mire or something like that there, so it'll be super easy, barely an inconvenience. Yeah, Matthew, can definitely tell you're from the desert area, man. Everybody knows green or red chilies. That's always the question in the desert. The American deserts, anyways. I'm a green man myself. So I'm excited to get all these tanks built. Like I said, I did a lot of like theory hammering with my handy dandy bolt action 3rd edition rulebook. So happy I finally have it. You know, it's on stream with me. So I've built 2 armies and theory hammer wise, and in the process of like kind of combining them into a 3rd. So I kind of have 2 different meme lists. So one is, you know, oops, all infantry. It's all veteran infantry, like 60 veteran riflemen with anti-tank grenades. You know, platoon. The platoon officers are actually 3-man squads or veterans with SMGs, and there's suicide anti-tank mines like lunge mines. And there's a couple trucks. One truck has machine gun, one doesn't, just because I ran out of points. So it's a very like GLA style, you know, truck/infantry army. The other one is the one that has 8 tanks and a whole bunch of like inexperienced militia. So that was also kind of a meme. So what I'm thinking about doing is for like my real army, I guess, is just kind of combining both. You know, making one rifle squad with, you know, with 2 15-man veteran rifle squads and all that other kind of stuff, and then adding as many tanks as I possibly can on the other side. Kind of balancing it, you know. I haven't forgotten the poll, by the way, that you guys participated in, and I appreciate. The next lore video that will be coming out soon is going to be the one that won, which I want to say is the Northern Frontier. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'm excited to make that one. A lot of good combat up in the area. The lore is pretty cool, actually, so pretty excited to make that one. So I'll be making that one, then I'll be making the Norway one. Both of those go all the way up to the end of 1947. Then I'll go back and start with, you know, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and then hit the Far East, finishing those up. And then I'll make like a stream that has all of them together in chronological order as much as possible. Not gonna lie, I was pretty excited. It was on that conversation on Reddit about the guy who had the name of that song apparently on his artillery piece. Somebody else, because I mentioned that I had a channel too, and I'm glad they mentioned that because I don't want my channel to get taken down. And so they asked me my channel, and I told them, and they looked it up. And the person actually said, like, hey, I was listening to your channel while building models, and I was like, oh man, that's awesome. It's stuff like that that makes it super worth it. It made me really happy. I'm gonna be sad when I run out of Type 97s to build. I think I have like one more kit left after I build this one. Yeah, I can't complain. I mean, who has like... How many other people have like 5 kits of Type 97s lying around? I just got lucky and picked up a platoon box super cheap. And that was 3 of them right there. So if you're curious why I'm not painting them while I'm building them all first, there's another painting competition coming up on Morning Glory's channel. Called like Kriegsmas. And so I'm waiting to val all these tanks and paint them for that. So once that gets announced, then you'll see, you know, Paint and Chat will actually be painting. And we'll be painting all these tanks that we built. Alright, there we go. There are 2 treads. Alright, now let's clip out and work on the chassis. Sorry about that. So funny you mentioned that, Matthew. If you guys are interested, it'll be a super late night slash early morning streaming again, but on what will be Halloween morning for me, because I do work Halloween. Those of you guys know, I'm married. I don't have any kids, so usually I volunteer to work all the holidays, so that way my coworkers who do have kids don't have to. You know, they can have the holidays off. We generally only have to have one person on shift for the holidays, so that's why I work the weekends and I also work the holidays. It's just one of my things. Like I don't know how hard it is to have kids, but I kind of do that to help out people who do. But anyways, the only reason why I say that is because I do work Halloween. But once I get off work, basically the day before Halloween, if that makes sense. So it'll be 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Halloween day. So it's like Halloween morning, I guess. I will be streaming. So I guess for maybe, yeah, for those of you across the pond, it'll be like Halloween afternoon, I guess. For those of us here in the States, it'll be Halloween morning. So I will be doing a Halloween stream, and we're going to be painting some mummies to kind of make it thematic, you know? Sorry, I keep forgetting to mute when I'm snipping. So if you hear me go, I'll be muted for a little while. It's just going to be clipping out everything. Nice. Yeah, I'll have like Halloween background music. I'll see if I can change my my outlay to have some more Halloween-y style stuff on it. So I don't know. Halloween's my favorite holiday, so. So in unrelated news, if you guys are tracking how D&D is going, interesting time to be a Dungeons & Dragons player, or DM as it were. I actually might be sunsetting my D&D campaign that I have going for a while. I don't like how the rules are kind of going. I don't like that they keep editing my books that I bought on D&D Beyond personally. I can't get that money back, which is fine. I used it. I'm not mad. But I don't think I'm going to continue to pay a subscription. It's kind of annoying. I don't have access to all that stuff, and I don't have to... It's a weird thing, so I think I'm going to be kind of pulling my subscription to D&D Beyond. But I do still have a lot of stuff with Savage Worlds, and I actually have a new... it's kind of an RPG, kind of a mix between an RPG and a tabletop. It's called Pulp, literally just Pulp, which is kind of cool. So I might try that out a little bit, see how that goes. But me personally with D&D, I might be kind of sunsetting, putting that on hold for a long time. I enjoyed my time with 5th edition. I see it changing a lot. And as much as I'd like to just keep using my old stuff, they keep editing my books. Like, luckily, if you... Oh, of course you guys haven't. I'm sorry. The camera's facing the wrong way. in my nerd desk over here, the top part of my cabinet is all my D&D books. I have a lot of the books in hard copy for this exact reason. I kind of saw this coming. When they started changing the cover art, I kind of saw it coming. So I made sure to buy them when they're on sale. I still have a lot of hardback books, so I can still run D&D campaigns for like friends and family, you know, in person. As far as doing online stuff, I might be kind of sunsetting that. So I'll probably still post like one video on my, 10 tips for TTRPGs. So like I said, I still have a lot of rulebooks for a lot of different RPGs. So one of my favorite, I'm pretty sure it's out of print, so I'm super glad I have it. I have not all, but most of the books, including campaign books, for Starship Troopers, the RPG. It came out back when they came out with their tabletop. That's how old it is. Those rules are... It's almost like... it feels as complex as Cyberpunk. You know, like it's super in-depth for a TTRPG. Like you gotta go through boot camp, and there's like... You know, if you want to like cross-train, you have to like apply for it and pass certain stuff, and... You know, you can't just like buy weapons and have weapons. You have to like do requisition orders, and depending on how you returned your equipment from the last mission is how pissed, S4 supplies with you, how likely you are to requisition other stuff. It's a super in-depth but cool system. I think I've maybe seen a couple like older YouTube videos of people playing it. It's pretty hard to find. I mean, you could probably get a virtually PDF on DriveThruRPG, but as far as the books, man, I think they're pretty thin on the ground. Oh yeah, they definitely made an RPG for it. It is awesome. And a lot of different missions for it too. It's pretty cool, and it's accurate between. It pulls from the actual book, and if anything, it pulls from the Roughnecks animated cartoon that came out. So it's very accurate to the source material. Like there's actual like Marauder mobile suits and apes and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Yeah, without diving into is it a parody, is it not a parody, and that whole thing. I feel like everything is mired in controversy these days, but the Starship Troopers movie, I saw it when I was really young, you know, enough to be on like the drive home I was scared of like bugs chasing us, you know, like looking out the back window. But it was a very young age, but it'll always be one of my favorite movies. Like anyone who's ever deployed, you know, before they had like terabytes were available, you know, when you have like smaller hard drives, you can only take so much stuff with you. That was always one of my top go-to movies. It has humor, it has action, it has how you say fan service. For a movie, it's probably my top go-to, like number one in the top 10 movies is probably Starship Troopers, only because it has everything. Same here. Same here. I remember renting it from Blockbuster to play on N64. So it's one of my funny childhood memories. So again, I have brothers, and if you know on the N64 you have like shared save files. You know, you don't have a whole bunch. You have so many save files. So we were trying to work on the game, I guess, together, and I'll never forget. It was like my turn to play, and so I was playing in the police station. And I went down one of the hallways and some arms busted through the door and like tried to grab me, and it scared the shit out of me, so I ran out of that hallway. And then when it was their turn to play, they're like, hey, where'd you explore? I was like, here. I was like, what's down there? I was like, nothing. You know, there's nothing down there. I already explored that. I don't know why I lied to him. It's not like it was gonna like hurt him in real life, you know, but I was so scared of the arms popping out of like the barricaded windows grabbing him that I just told him there's nothing there. So this poor guy spent hours looking around like, where are the keys, not going down this hallway, because I told him the hallway's blocked. When realistically it wasn't, it was just some zombies sticking their arms through. He eventually explored it and called me an asshole for it, but my heart was in the right place. Oh yeah, I remember playing that. Scared the absolute shit out of me. And I had no idea what Resident Evil was. I just saw it was like when I looked on the back, I saw Leon Kennedy in like a cool police outfit. I was like, oh yeah, that'll be totally cool. You know, it's gonna be like a SWAT style game. No. No, it was not. Because I watched I watched Night of the Living Dead, again, at a very, 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 very early age. The zombies, for the longest time, always scared the shit out of me as a kid. And I think the reason being, it's not that they were, like, scary. I knew that they were undead, and I knew they were easy, you know, to stop, you know, something to the head. What scared me about zombies is that they don't stop. You know, I understood that concept at a very early age. You know, like, anything dead becomes a zombie, you're not going to beat that. You'll never outrun them, you'll never outgun them. There's nothing you can do. So I think it's like the nihilistic approach is what terrified me about zombies. Shoot, I remember, speaking of being terrified of zombies and old school memories, I remember going to go see Lost in Space, the one that came out like in the late 90s, you know? And in the lobby of the movie theater, because we were there early for the movie, it had an arcade like most movie theaters do. So we went in the arcade and there was a House of the Dead game. So I was like, oh cool, I love like shooter, and I still do. I love shooter arcade games. So I played House of the Dead That game terrified the shit out of me. So I remember going to go see the movie Lost in Space, and I couldn't concentrate the whole movie because it was in the dark, and I just kept looking at the exits, waiting for one of those axe-throwing zombies to pop up and throw an axe and kill me and my family. And again, as I build this tank a little bit off screen, apologize for that, it's just kind of a little bit easier. But always dry fit your stuff. Double check the instructions and dry fit before you glue. It'll save you some serious heartache. If you've ever glued a piece upside down on a tank before, you know. Lord knows I have. I want to say I glued the exhaust of my Panther upside down. There we go. And I did remember this time. I know Matthew reminded us last stream to glue the hatches in before I glue in the bow machine gun. Yeah, I can wholeheartedly recommend, endorse, what a nerd. Recommend these Type 97 Chiha kits from Warlord Games. As far as I'm aware of, I've checked the box. They're not one of the Airfix kits or Rubicon or I think that other Italian model company. It's a legit Warlord Games kit. Not saying that's better or worse or anything like that, but as you guys can tell, I built a bunch of these on stream. They're extremely uncomplex. It seems like it's tough just because I'm an idiot, but they're super easy to put together. Pretty well detailed. You can have a lot of fun with them. So I highly recommend these when you find them for a good price. Alright, now we're moving on to the turret. Same thing, it's the Chiha turret, so it's like the shorter one, so it should be pretty easy to get. And again, it has the it's the Chiha, not the Kaishinto, so it has that narrow waft style waist turret structure. And on the plus side, the turret is where we get to actually work on our unique commander. I'm trying to get as many of these guys as unique as I possibly can. So yeah, purchasing from Warlord Games, it can be expensive. It definitely can, especially shipping. I think when you spend $80 or more, it's free shipping. That kind of helps. And the one thing I can say, it's happened to me, and it's not because they know who I am. I'm not that big of a deal. No one really knows me, but because it happens to everybody. Usually if you order directly from Warlord Games and you're spending that money to get the free shipping, that $80, they've always thrown in a free sprue for me. And a lot of times people say they get sprue from different stuff. Like some people have ordered bolt action and gotten like some black powder stuff, or, you know, different things to kind of pique their interest, which makes sense. I don't know, maybe someone over there does know this channel. I doubt it, but that would be cool. But each time I've ordered from them, I've always gotten extra sprue of, I think, not Fallschirmjägers, I think Panzer Grenadiers, which are super awesome for the bits. Like, I get some awesome bits from those, so I'm super stoked to have that. If anyone is listening or watching from Warlord Games, whoever keeps throwing those extra Panzer Grenadier sprue in my orders, I absolutely love you. It's phenomenal. Thank you for the models and for the bits. It's like I don't collect Germans, but the prizes I won in a tournament and all the free stuff I get, I actually have a shit ton of German models. I could actually probably build a German. Oh yeah, because I have the Panther X. I have a whole bunch of Shrek Wolfen that I'm building, and a whole bunch of other models. I try and keep any models that I get, as far as like closed boxes that I don't plan on collecting myself. I'm trying to keep them for a prize pool, so when I do host my own tournaments, I have a prize pool to pull from, you know? Wow, really? That's crazy. I wouldn't even know what to do one of those. That's so beyond my skill level. But I do actually have a Japanese landing craft that came with one of my orders. Because I ordered the book, and the book's expensive. The hardback rulebook, I think it was like $50. But I think it came with like a unique model, and it's a thick book. It is very thick, and it's got a lot of rules for additional gameplay. Like there's rules for landing, for tsunami weather, for jungle fighting, for fighting in snow, frostbite. It gives you a lot of tools for a tabletop toolbox, if that makes sense. So overall, I'd say the book's pretty good. It doesn't have a lot of lore, obviously, like what you'd find in like a Warhammer 40k book, obviously, because it's just World War II. You can buy a history book for that. But I like it. It's a good book. But I need to get up to that $80 for free shipping. So I threw in a couple models I've been looking for. And one of them, just for fun, I saw it was a decent price on their website. I threw in the Japanese landing craft, so I get to build and paint that, which is kind of fun. Also, I did sign up for a subscription to the Warlord app, so I'll probably be using that for about 2 months, and then I'll probably give like a small video on how to use it, you know, for people who haven't used it. It's all right. I've been using Easy Army a lot, so I'm used to Easy Army. So this is a little bit different, but I decided to try it. It's not bad. It's not bad so far, but I'm not ready to give a video on It's the same thing as like I can't really critique 3rd edition until I play a couple games. You know, let me get a couple more months into using this app and I'll have a educated opinion on it. One of the best brush advice I got was buying really cheap, probably Chicom made, but really cheap makeup brushes on Amazon for dry brushing. Yeah, that's a game changer. Whoever told me that tip that helped a lot. Sometimes I order things from Warlord Games. Like I said, it's like TT Combat. They're both obviously British companies, so shipping here to the States can kind of be expensive. So I usually will do like maybe one order a year. Maybe like I'll save up like things that I want that I can't really find anywhere else, you know, and then I'll order from them. So like I said, I actually plan on getting all the Konflikt 47 books, and I have a lot of them, but not all of them, you know. I'd like to get them in hard copy because they come with like unique models. I think it's kind of a cool thing that Warlord Games does. Like when you order the rulebooks from them, it comes with a unique model. That's pretty cool. Like I have a couple limited edition models, but again, they go into my prize pool. Like I said, I have Aldo Apache from Inglourious Basterds. I have a model of him. I have a model of can't think of the name off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I'm pretty tired. But it's the World War II general in charge of the airborne who said nuts at the Battle of the Bulge. I got a model of him. I got a couple other limited edition models. So like I said, they all go in my prize pool, so when I host my tournaments, there'll be a lot of the stuff given out. Yeah, that is a cool model. So the Ghost Attack Squad, super cool how they can phase in and out of stuff. Yeah, that is a really cool, probably one of the cooler model sculpts I've seen, hands down. Because like, what does this model do? And that model sculpt just shows it exactly. Like, oh, because like, how many other models does like the actual sculpt show what the model does? You know what I mean? So when you look at that, you're like, huh, I wonder what he does. You're like, oh shit, that's what he does. Okay, that's really cool. There's no questioning what that. It's kind of like, you know, what you see is what you get when you have that model with your other Ghost Attack Squad. It's like, hey, what do those guys do? And you can literally see on the model what they do. It's a really cool thing. Like, I like doing little puffs of cotton on my light mortars to kind of show that they're light mortars, you know, they're not just like laying down with a rifle. It's very easy to identify, like, oh, hey, it's a knee mortar, you know. Always dry fit. A little dry fit now saves you a shit ton of heartache later. And again, never glue your actual turrets down, that way it's easier to make them look destroyed. So another Tiki tabletop tip, you know, number 562 probably. Oh, also by the way, this is our 20th live stream. That's actually pretty neat. But another super Tiki tabletop tip. Pretty cost effective. If you go to any of your like fine arts stores, like here in the States we have Michael's and stuff like that, but whatever it is in your local area, get some tea lights, you know, small tea lights. Get a bunch of cotton balls. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna get those cotton balls kind of like thin and fluff them out and kind of glue them all over the tea light, kind of covering the tea light and everything. And then you're gonna spray paint it all black. And then maybe, you know, get like a dry brush and kind of dry brush parts of it, like on the inside, red and orange and stuff like that. And then what you do is you carry that, and that's your destroyed tank marker. And anytime you have a destroyed tank, you actually, I would have one, but it's packed away, I'm sorry. I have a few of them. But you turn on your tea light, and that little light will kind of like flicker, you know, and move, and it's inside the kind of cotton that's only spray painted on the outside, so the inside still kind of shows that light. And you put that over your tank to kind of show it's destroyed. It kind of gives more of a kinetic symbol of being destroyed, you know? Alright, we're just cutting out the different armor plating for the turret. Then we'll cut out our light howitzer and our medium machine gun. And we'll glue our turret cupola in. We'll assemble our turret, and then we'll get to work on the part I'm looking forward to the most. Kit bashing. I love kit bashing. Kit bashing this guy into a Japanese tank commander. Definitely check with your local friendly gaming store Most places I'm at don't, as long as, okay, haha. As long as it's not messy. What I mean by that is, and this is why I no longer, I no longer base or frock with like actual real world material. It's always fake material. If that makes a good example is, I don't use like dirt or sand, because like I said, sand, you have to make sure you cook it and disinfect it. It's this whole huge thing, you know, and also it can get everywhere and it's messy. So as long as you don't have messy terrain, like if you put flock on it, if your flock is like legit, like sprayed down and secured, you're fine. But a lot of times I see people bring like messy terrain and they throw it on the tabletop and there's like sand everywhere, like stuff everywhere, and it gets real messy. As long as it's not like that, you should be fine. And the same rules apply as long as it's in good taste, you know? It should be okay. I think a lot of times, most local friendly gaming stores, I know we all know this, if you're again, not sure how it is overseas, especially in the UK. It's like the birthplace of a lot of the stuff, so I'm pretty sure they're pretty profitable there. But, and stores are generally smaller over there, I've noticed. But here in the States, most of our local friendly gaming stores are extraordinarily small because they have to turn a profit. And usually they turn profits by Magic the Gathering, and now that new Disney table card game. But there's usually not a lot of room for tabletop wargaming. There's exceptions, obviously, but most of my local friendly gaming stores are very small places, and they maximize every square inch to turn a profit. So they have terrain like up on a shelf, or they have terrain in boxes like underneath the tables. They really just don't have a lot of room for you to bring your own terrain sometimes. But those are the only limitations I can think of. But yeah, that is you're exactly right. It's either 40k stuff or fantasy stuff, and you're like, eh. That is one of the other things. The two things, not a snob or snooty, the two things I'm kind of not strict on either, but two kind of things I'm big on for bolt action is, I know it's more expensive and I know it can suck. I truly do understand that, but you should really try for making your models WYSIWYG for bolt action, because it really does matter. What you see is what you get. It truly does change gameplay. And also terrain. That to me will always be what separates bolt action from Warhammer 40k. It's not the turn order, even though it's wildly different. It's not just the intuitive rules, but it's the terrain. It's the amount of terrain, it's the layout of the terrain. The terrain is never fair. It's what it's laid out like an actual village or an actual town or a desert or a landing zone. You know, like the terrain is what makes the game really feel alive, because you're not just, when it's mirrored terrain like a Warhammer 40k, it takes me out of the immersion. It just looks like chess. It's like a cooler version of chess, honestly, with better lore. But with bolt action or Conflict 47, the terrain truly matters. Like if your objective is to, you know, assault a village and hold key objectives, you know, don't just pick key objectives on like what's fair on the map, but pick legitimate key objectives. Like, hey, make this one a petrol station, or make this one a railroad station, or make this one a church. You know, that's where you should put the buildings for your key terrain. Like, make the game make sense and feel realistic, and I promise you, that's what really transforms your bolt action games. So what you're saying makes sense, Matthew. Hopefully, if you talk to them and let them know that, if they don't already know that about bolt action, the terrain, it's like, almost like Infinity, the terrain truly makes the game. Alright, there's our light howitzer mini machine gun. Yeah, it's one of those things that makes you want to feel like, I never have to worry about an unpainted bolt action army, because like the tabletops are so well done, it just makes you want to bring, you know, a painted army. It's I always say this, old man yells at clouds. You know, let me have an old man hipster moment here, but old school Warhammer 40k just looks different. Look up some pictures for some old white dwarfs or some old Daka. I'm talking back when it was goblin green rimming on the bases. The way those pictures of the tabletop would just tell stories in the pages of White Dwarf. That's what got you to want to play. You know, like when you walked by a display window, it wasn't just both models lined up on both sides. That's not what made you want to play 40k. They kind of like arranged them to actually make it look like it told a battle space or story. Even if you just add hills with some books underneath the green thing, man, it doesn't matter. Just when was the last time you saw a Warhammer 40k board actually being played, like especially at a tournament or something like that, where they actually had hills or like uneven terrain? I have not seen that in years. I understand why they do it. I just feel like it's gotten away from a lot of the essence of what was Warhammer 40k, or what drew a lot of us in back in the old days. But again, I'm just some old man with a long white beard, allegedly yelling at clouds. Like every time I talk about like older Warhammer 40k, I feel like I sound like Abe Simpson from The Simpsons. It's like back in my day, they called sandwiches Flat Freddy's, cost 4 playing cards a bite. Probably one of my favorite Simpsons characters too. Just like I always say, the older I get, the more I understand Squidward. That seems legit. No, if it wasn't ruined by like modern day events, I 100% think like the best thing to do in a tournament is to have 2 Nerf pistols and just authorize dueling. Like if they really can't agree on the rules, just go back to back and like 10 paces with 2 Nerf pistols. You know, winners rules remain. You know, make dueling great again with Nerf guns. If I could get 2 Nerf guns on a cruise ship, which, I don't know if you pay attention to modern day cruise events, but a lady brought a gun on a cruise ship. It didn't go well for her. But if I could get 2 Nerf guns or 2 water guns, you can't even get those on a cruise ship, I would 100% implement that rule for my tournament. Always dry fit your models. You will regret it if you don't. Yeah, Nathan, I am 100%, my wife jokes around and calls me this, I'm 100% a theme whore. So yeah, if I had it my way, I would have like incense and candles and stuff like that to play like Warhammer 40k and stuff like that. When I run D&D, like I actually have like an ale horn, you know, filled with mead, and I have like candles going and music. And this is stuff that my players can't even see because I'm playing, you know, online. But I'm always a big theme guy, so I would 100% do that. Yeah, I loved explaining the chapters to my brother because I really don't know what the hell I'm talking about when it comes to Space Marines. He's like, who are the Night Lords? Are they bad guys? And I was like, kind of. I was like, they also kind of have a point. He's like, oh god, what is this? It's like, is this another one of your ramblings where I ask you like a question that has a 2-minute answer and you go on for 30 minutes? I was like, also, yes. He's like, why does it look like he has flayed skin on his mask? I was like, alright, so that's the part where it's a little confusing on whether they're good guys or not. The way I explained it is that they're just good at math. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, oh, you know, instead of like, if a whole planet rebels, instead of taking out the majority of their PDF military and punishing all their people and possibly killing a whole bunch of extra people, they only kill like 10% of the population. They just also happen to flay them in front of people and wear their skin. It's like a scare tactic. So yes, it looks bad, but number-wise, it's very effective and they save more people. So he's like, so they're the bad guys? Like, yeah, pretty much. I was like, yeah, they're in the Chaos faction. But they do have some of the coolest armor and paint jobs. Those of you who can pull off like the lightning on the armor, looks absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, Warhammer 40k is one of those things where you could probably get away with dressing up in costume to play the tabletop. I'm not gonna lie, in Bolt Action, I don't recommend it. There's actually an article recently in the news where a couple reenactors were eating at a restaurant. I say reenactors, these were like a... They weren't really reenactors, it was more like a living museum, if that makes sense. So, it was a bunch of people from a living museum, and it was both Americans and the Germans for World War II. This is one thing I've always, I don't know, I'm gonna be honest. This is the part of the story that I didn't really agree with, is they're like, okay, I get it, you're reenactors, that's fine, but then you like go to eat at a restaurant after, like a sit-down restaurant, you know what you're doing. Being in the military for like 9.5 years, especially serving most of my time in Europe, you don't want to travel off post in uniform, especially in someone else's country. It always kind of gave me that awareness. Even here in the States, like even though our bases are in the States, like outside a post or outside of the base, I'd always carry civilian clothes and I would change. It's just like a to make yourself less of a target, you know. But also, it's just, to me, it's good etiquette. People like seeing military uniforms at parades and events, but nobody likes seeing military like parade down their streets. It can elicit strong feelings either way, and you know when you're in uniform, right? A lot of places that have uniform, not just the military, but a lot of places that have uniforms have rules about wearing your uniform outside of work. You know, like you won't see a Dallas cheerleader sitting down at a restaurant unless it's like a legit event, you know? It doesn't matter, it had to be military, so these live historians who wore their uniforms outside of the museum to sit down at a restaurant, they knew they were in their uniforms. It wasn't like, oh, we're just grabbing a quick bite. If that was true, they would use the drive-thru, you know? But anyways, long story short, someone was German, and it bothered some people, so, you know, they got asked to leave and the other meals got comps. So the whole story of that is that's why I would not wear costumes or dress up for bolt action. But what I have seen, and this was very tastefully done, is instead of dressing up, what I see a lot of people do is they carry or they use gear or regalia for the tabletop. And let me explain what I mean by that. A very popular one is people who play American forces. I've seen it mostly with Americans. People who play with American forces have like 50 cal or 30 cal ammo boxes, and they usually have like their unit, you know, spray painted on the side, be it airborne, Marines, Big Red One, what have you, right? Now, someone played with the Germans. I know what you're thinking, like, oh shit, what's the German guy gonna do? Like, did everybody get upset? If you're familiar with the German uniform, they carry their gas mask canisters in these very ostentatious, not ostentatious, but very easy to identify cylindrical cans that they'd carry on their belts. Anyone who's ever seen a World War II German soldier knows what I'm talking about. That was their gas mask can. So he kept all his dice and his tape measures like that in one of those German gas mask cans. So it had no angry windmills, it had no iron crosses, it had no, you know, double Harry Potter lightning bolts, none of that shit, but you could 100% tell that it was German. It was very, 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 very cool. Very well done, very tastefully done, but also kind of cool. Yeah, see, yeah, Matthew, you get it, yeah. I've never had a good experience being in uniform off post. Like the few times, a funny story, when I joined the National Guard, when I came from active duty to the National Guard, a lot of the National Guardsmen liked eating off post in their uniforms. I don't know if it's a culture thing. I don't like it because, and people are trying to be, a lot of people are respectful and polite. Some people be like, oh, hey, I paid for your meal, or hey, I did this, which is nice. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to sound like a jerk or anything. It's very appreciative, but it's also can be uncomfortable. Like, I like paying for my own stuff. I don't always like people buying my meals, so that makes sense. Anyone who's ever had that happen, you think you're being nice, you know, it is a nice gesture, don't get me wrong. But when it happens every time, it can be a little weird. Like, the way you walk and talk, your haircut, your grooming standards, you're going to stick out as military anyways. Military or first responder. You don't have to be in your uniform. But eating in uniform always made me feel kind of weird. They always said, like, hey, it's a good thing for recruitment. I didn't think so. I thought it was weird. Yeah, very rarely do I have good experiences in uniform off post. So, yeah, I never wore mine. I always carried a gym bag in the back of the vehicle and always changed. Like, no matter how hot it was, I carried a pair of jeans just because I'm not about to take my green socks off. So I just, like, put on some like, low-cut chucks, a pair of jeans, and I'd have my Santee on, and I'd just throw on a hoodie. You know, even if it's hot outside, like in the South, it still would be what I'd wear. You know, so if you look, you can see the green socks, you can see the Santee, so you clearly know. You know, but it's also like, hey, I'm also not trying to be, like, advertising. But again, that was always my thing. I come from a military police background, a lot of S2 work, you know, so I didn't like advertising. Other people have a different feeling, and that's okay too. Yeah, with that, Nathan, I think that's just Warhammer 40k culture right now. I think it's in a weird space. Again, there's a lot of channels that I'll talk to you all about what's going on with Warhammer 40k, what did GW do, what did they not do, what's the right thing to do. Nathan's seen it. I'll throw some barbs here and there on other people's channels or on other people's discords. I'll make some jokes here and there, but honestly, for here, man, it doesn't matter. As long as you enjoy the tabletop, as long as you're being nice to your opponent and not being a dick, it's fine. I said I checked out the hobby a long time ago and they changed the lore, so it's no skin off my ass, so I'm not going to be hypocritical. But from what I've seen, the culture around 40k is just in a very unsettled place. It's not very balanced. And like you said, yeah, you can't be too sure nowadays. Back in the days, you could dress up as like a guardsman, even a Kriegsman, and people knew exactly what you were and thought it was cool. But nowadays, man, you never know. Yeah, I had a weird military history myself. Without going too far into it, because I went to a special school before I enlisted. Uh, so I guess I got conditioned out of like, or I guess I conditioned to absolutely despise dress uniforms. So by the time I finally enlisted in the military, I was there to, and it's not casting shade on anybody else. Some people like uniforms, some people like fancy events. There's nothing wrong with that. But I despised dress uniforms. I avoided it every chance I got. I didn't go to any function that required a dress uniform. I was just in the military to work. I just wanted to be in the field and work. That's all I wanted to do. So I was funny because I was talking with my family who was mostly military. And they're talking about dress uniforms. Like, how come we don't have a lot of pictures of you? I was like, there's just not a lot of pictures of me in the military. I was like, I learned early on, you know, don't take pictures. Or if I do have pictures, most of them are Polaroids. Especially when I was deployed. But I don't have a lot of pictures of me in dress uniform. They're like, why not? I was like, because I just didn't wear dress uniform. Like, how many times did you wear it in your career? And I looked, I was like in like a 9.5-year career, not counting my time before the Air Force. I think I wore a dress uniform. I had counted, like I said 5, but then I realized there's two graduations that I didn't think about to specialty school. So I was like, okay, 7. I wore it 7 times. And usually those were all like required graduation ceremonies. Like literally half of those were graduation ceremonies. I'm just not a ribbons, medal, dress uniform kind of guy. I think some of the best, again, and this isn't counting, I'm not counting the people who do like super awesome actual Space Marine builds, or some of the people who do really cool like Sisters of Battle costumes. But as far as like Imperial Guard, I think when people used to do the Elysian Skyborn or the Elysian drop troops, that cosplay, that was always really cool. There's always a lot of pictures of guys who did that. It was super impressive. Alright, let's put our light howitzer in and our medium machine gun before I lose them. To this day, I've never corrected my ribbons. I'm pretty sure I'm missing like half of them. Even on my like DD214, I just don't care. Because like I said, I never wore them. Anything that was important, you know, that I earned, I had paperwork for, but all the other kind of stuff, I just don't even care about. And again, it's not discrediting it. There's the whole thing on why medals are important. Intrinsic motivation, external motivation. You know, if people do respect them, that's fine. You know, you do you. I just wasn't a medal guy or a ribbon guy. I always get that question, like, are your ribbons up to date? I was like, I don't know, probably not. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm not a big coin guy either. If you've been in the military, you know what I'm talking about when I say coins. Coins were a big thing at the time that I was in. You know, you go into someone's back office, you know, you go to someone's office who's back office, you see they have all these like coin racks, all these like specialty coins. They can be kind of cool because they kind of proved you knew certain people or you were in certain places. Some coins are very like rare, you know? Oh no. Oh, alright, there we go. If you heard me, I was like, oh no! I was stressing because I thought I lost my medium machine gun bit. I was worried about that. Oh, I jinxed it. I just dropped it. It's okay. It's okay. We recovered it. Oh, God. Anyone has that heart-sinking feeling when you drop a gray model, like on your like grayish floor? You're like, shit. Alright, luckily we are good. Alright, there we go. Now for the super fun part of bashing this guy. So we are going to have to trim his little stand he comes on because he's standing way too tall. So as you can tell, he's already standing way too tall. Ah, Purple Heart, yeah, that's impressive. Yeah, it's not so much for the medal. The healthcare can be great, but other than that, you're just like, eh. It's funny, one of the I guess the more like quote unquote, to use modern parlay, one of the more low-key flexes you can do is it sounds so dumb, but like getting t-shirts, whatever your undershirt is at the time. Our color was Santee, so getting Santee in because even deployed places, most deployed places will still have a gym, even if it's like sandbagged around and like fortified, you know. So if you get, again, it's for the Air Force, so you get like a t-shirt from like the gyms where you're deployed and stuff like that, and usually they only sell it to you if you go there enough. Like you have to, they don't just like sell it to anyone. You have to go to the gym, you know, and sign in. You have to, you know, meet certain goals, and they authorize you to like buy certain stuff. It's kind of cool. But getting like sand t-shirt, because what you do is you wear your uniform and you wear an undershirt, whatever the color is. Again, mine was Santee. So when you're wearing your uniform top, all you see is just like the neck part. It just looks like a regular undershirt. But if you're in a place where you can like relax your top, you know, like the range or something like that, if you're somewhere where you can relax your top, or if you're just walking around in just a t-shirt and your uniform pants, your t-shirt, as long as it's the right color, it's authorized, you know, and it kind of shows where you've been. So it's kind of cool to have, like, a good example. I have the Santee from a squadron I belong to. It was the last combat squadron of that type, and it no longer exists now. The squadron has been retired because that base is no longer active. So I have a t-shirt from the last combat squadron that I was a part of that doesn't exist anymore. I was like, that's kind of cool. So when I wore that around, like in the guard, people were like, oh, holy shit, that's really cool. It was kind of like more of a low-key way to not really flex, but it did the same thing that ribbons or coins did, but it was much more practical because you have to wear undershirts anyways. I was always more a fan of that. Oops, sorry. I forgot to mute the mic before I cut that piece. I'm a little bit loud, sorry. Well, when I make my shirts, yeah, definitely let me know what color your undershirts are. But because when I make my shirts for the stream, I definitely gonna try and make a very you know, emblem in the far left you know, far left chest and an emblem on the back. I want to make it available in all the colors that are like common for undershirts, you know, in case anyone just, that way if you're like, hey, why do I buy a t-shirt, you know, it's already kind of expensive, at least it could be an undershirt for work, you know. So I remember I ended up making t-shirts when I was in we call it tech school, but it's like A school or AIT. I ended up making t-shirts and like selling them for beer money. And I got in a lot of trouble for it because the shirts were not appropriate whatsoever. And people were wearing them with like their PT shorts working out. And of course, those narcs ratted on me in a heartbeat. Like, where'd you get that shirt? Like, oh, he did it. So I remember I got in trouble, but at the same point in time, some of my instructors wanted some of the shirts because they were funny. It's like, hey, you got those in a large? I was like, yeah, I got you, sir. We trimmed down this this German officer so he fits in the turret just a little bit better. Nice. Alright, so we know he fits. So now we're going to cut his head off and replace his head with a samurai helmet. And I think we did we decide on a pistol, submachine gun, or light machine gun for his right arm? For those of you in the chat, definitely let me know what you're thinking. I value your opinion, though I may not go with it. It's not like a full chat decides kind of thing, but I definitely do value your opinion. Alright, so I grabbed a Japanese infantry sprue. So here is a light machine gun. Right-handed. There you go. It is right-handed. The left hand is on the top handle, but I can just cut that off. So we can actually have them straight up like right-handing a light machine gun, which is pretty neat. So the problem with the submachine gun, I was looking at it. So we do have a submachine gun. It's right here, and it's also right-handed, so we're good. The problem is it's an unloaded submachine gun. Usually the left arm, you see right here, has the magazine for it. I don't know if I have a fully loaded submachine gun. I might. I'll take a look. And again, we do have a right-handed katana. We also have a right-handed grenade. We also have right hand, like open hand, so we can add in binoculars or a Nambu pistol. SMG is pretty cool. I may go with the SMG. It's a little hard. Alright, we're definitely thinking about it, chat. We're trying to figure this one out. Let me check my box, see if I have a full SMG with a mag. If I have a SMG with a magazine in it, or a spare mag, I'll definitely do the SMG. If not, I'll probably go light machine gun. So here, give me about 2 minutes. All right, I am back. Sorry about that. I looked and I looked and I flipped through a lot of my bitbox. I don't see a full kitted S&G. I'm trying to think how I kit bash that on my lieutenant. Well, in the meantime, I'm probably gonna go with a, because I see some other ideas to come up with. I did see I could cut the left arm off and shave down where the hand is and put like a lunge mine on one of them. I might end up doing that. That's pretty funny. But I think for the humor of it, I mean, the SMG is cool. I think I am gonna go with a I think I might go with a light machine gun. I know I was just sitting here talking about WYSIWYG, you know, but I'm gonna tell people obviously it doesn't count. It's just, you know, a tank commander. It's not a big deal. Also, he is headless, so now it's time to pick out a samurai head for him. Again, I always talk about where I got these. This is Warlord Games' Pike and Shot Samurai box. If you're looking to do Konflikt 47 style Japanese, Imperial Japanese, and you want to do like very like Red Alert 3 style, this is 100% the place to get bits. It feels good to be able to kit bash with all Warlord pieces, I'm not gonna lie. Because usually I'll get, you know, bits from wherever I can get them, you know. I use Wargame Atlantic, I use Mantic, Lords of War, I use all sorts of stuff. Perry Miniatures, anything I can get a hold of, I kit bash. And I've never seen Warlord Games say anything negative about it, but it feels kind of cool using all Warlord bits. Like for my my army that has 8 tanks and has militia riflemen, I'm thinking about actually using like tribal natives, you know, for the very Tiki theme, you know, for my militia. Alright, so to kit bash this to work, we're literally going to cut the handle off, the top handle right here, off the light machine gun. I'm going to cut that left hand off. You know, and it's actually kind of cool because it looks like he's manhandling it with one hand, but he's also using the strap. I've fired a general purpose machine gun or a medium machine gun, whatever you want to classify it, a machine gun chambered in 7.62mm NATO. I have shoulder fired one, but it was still two-handed, and I'm a big boy, and even that's some serious kick. So it looks very unpractical, but it also looks a lot of fun. For this guy doing a one-handed medium machine gun here. luckily, and mad shout out to Warlord Games, their Japanese infantry sprue. You've seen this one. I mean, a lot of pieces are missing. But as you can tell, you get a lot of stuff on the sprue, including a lot of what would be quote-unquote special weapons. Like, each one has one SMG in the arms, 2 light machine guns, 2 medium machine guns, or light machine guns, whatever you want to call them. 1 static and 1 being held. It has 1 set of katana arms, actually pulling and waving the katana. One katana still in its actual sheath, and then a whole bunch of rifles, including and also a pole for either a flag or a lunge mine. And that's just on 1 regular infantry sprue. So you never have to worry about, like, I'm cutting up a light machine gun here for a joke, but it's not like, oh no, you know, what if I need that machine gun bit later? That's one thing I'm very happy about. It seems like Warlord Games does not, like, hide their special weapons behind, like, a paywall. If you're interested in WYSIWYG. Some people don't do WYSIWYG so they don't care, you know, but I do. Sorry, it's some delicate cutting, so I'm doing it off camera just so I can be safe and actually get this stuff without ruining the model. Alright. So there we go. We cut the top hand off, so now it just looks like a single arm holding the machine gun. I think it's really important to do the arm and machine gun first and then the head. Like I said, I was super excited when I found this German piece because I thought I lost it when I was doing, when I was finished my Panther. I thought I lost this piece because I set it aside for the longest time. And when I thought about using it for these tanks, I was like, oh man, where is it? I thought I lost it, then I found it again while cleaning for the Hurricane, so I was super excited. He has 1 arm on his hip and the other arm pointing a light machine gun with a bayonet. Oh, I'm so glad we chose this. This is hilarious. Oh man, this is good. I may put a bipod on the end of it, but I'm not sure. If I can balance the bipod on the turret, I may do it, because that's hilarious. Because it's like, you have to imagine if you're riding on the top of a tank and someone's like talking to you, and you're just sitting there with 1 hand on your hip, 1 hand just like kind of pinching in the light machine gun stock into your side. You know, you're just like, and it has a bayonet too, so you're like, your authority is clearly not recognized here. Like, I don't give a shit what you're saying. Like, your authority ends at the beginning of my bayonet tip. Alright, here is our tank commander with this light machine gun with a bayonet. Oh man. Some people just want a bonsai with a sword. He's like, but I'll take a I'll take a spear that's also magazine fed. So another, I don't know, hopefully I'm not boring you with all my military stories. Sometimes I share them, sometimes I don't. So I saw this funny video. That's how you know you're old, when you watch like old YouTube videos. Some of them kind of hit me in the feels. So the first one that hit me in the feels was talking about, like, it's obviously a spoof, but this little girl like digs in her dad's closet, as all his old uniforms are, and she holds up like what looks like a photography vest. Or a safari vest. Those of you who are old school GWAT know what I'm talking about. And she's like, Dad, when were you a photographer? And he does like a mind trip back in the old days when that was like very popular to wear. before the PMCs kind of took it over. I wore that a lot. So I have a couple. They're pretty legit. But the other one that really hit me in the feels, before someone compared an Iron Sight's full-size service pistol, when someone compared a full-size metal service pistol with Iron Sights to using a flintlock, or call it flintlocking it really hurt my soul. But the other one was they were complaining about, you know, proper holster placement. I can go, for those of you who don't know, I'm a huge firearm guy. I can go into the whole tactical thing, and I won't bore you with that part. Some of you may like that, but, you know, that not really on this channel. But anyways, long story short, some people talked about chest holsters and about how impractical chest holsters are, and I don't understand why they were popular, whoever used chest holsters. So anyone who's ever served in an armored vehicle or a convoy vehicle or in a helicopter or anything like that understands when and where a chest holster is useful. So I'm just like, I see all these guys in like full super tactical cool gear going to the range, doing all their cool like John Wick tier 1 operator stuff, and I'm like, never use a chest holster, it's never advantageous. I was like, you guys have never been in a vehicle. Like, I have 100% been in a position as a truck commander where having a chest holster was extremely useful. I was like, there's nothing like drawn from a chest holster. Sorry, funny. Sorry if that was a little bit of a rant. I just thought it was kind of funny. It just showed kind of how old I was. I was like, I'm watching all these like young kids. I say young kids, you know, on these channels at these, you know, safe ranges out in the desert doing all this like tactical movement. I'm like, yeah, you've never been in a vehicle. I was like, that's where a chest holster shines. They could. Well, it's funny you mentioned that. So the shoulder holsters, under the arm shoulder holsters, those were cool for like aircrew. I saw a lot of aircrew use them, but I also saw a lot of people who were never certified or never trained on how to pull from a shoulder holster would wear them, you know, down range, but they wouldn't size them appropriately. So they just had like these loose, heavy pistols flopping around, like Nathan's talking about, flopping around like a bra. So a shoulder holster is good if you size it to yourself and if you secure it, it's really, really good. If you don't, if you just wear it loose, like you see a lot of pilots and other people do with no discipline, it doesn't work well. I like drop legs. I still, up until the last day of my career, I still used the first drop leg I was issued was a Safariland. Because I used it for so many years and I drew from it so many times, I had rubbed that inner lining down to like a smooth velvet. I literally had like a label maker, like a label put on my holster that said like El Fuego. Like that was what my holster was. You know, it was literally called El Fuego. It was OD green, which is funny because when they were first issued, they were green, and then my whole career field changed to like black gear, like black professional gear, especially for law enforcement. So I was grandfathered in. I still had my green holster, which like leadership would always hate. Like, why is everybody else's gear black and your holster's green? You know. But I still use that holster. I still have it to this day. It is phenomenal. It is because I had it basically muscle memory on where that holster sat. I was able to draw from it extraordinarily fast. And then I went through, I never changed that holster until I did some hardcore training while I was in the Guard with some people who are much better than me, much higher up on the coolness military hierarchy, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. And when I ran through a shoot house religiously for months, that's when I'm like, oh, okay, let me listen to what you guys are saying, let me change this. And all I did for my drop leg is I took the, because usually on the top part you have a little loop and you have a female clip. And then on the holster itself, you have another loop and you have a male clip, and they clip together, and then you can adjust the length and size, and you strap it down to your leg, right? So all I did was just take away the female part of the clip, and all I did was pull the holster up a little bit and put my belt through the space of the male clip. So it's still a drop leg, just instead of being halfway down my leg, it was just downset from my waist, from my belt just a little bit. The pistol wasn't on my belt, but it also wasn't down by my knee. You know, it was just below my belt. And that ended up being, for me, the perfect draw length. But I still, anytime I could, I still prefer my chest holster. But shoot, man, I could bore you all day long with gear talk and tactical talk. Honestly was a career fielder in MOS where I armed up every duty day just about. So I got a lot of experience. Oh yeah, look how cool this is. Wildly ridiculous and unnecessary, but super cool. But I do incorporate, like I said, I talk about it often. Hopefully I don't bore people. Military is a big part of my life. I also incorporate a lot of stuff I learned in that in my model building. Like I said, my favorite part about painting or building models is incorporating, like, is kit bashing and making stories in your models. Like when you look, kind of like Matthew, you mentioned earlier that the Ghost Attack Squad guy who was like coming through the wall, like that sculpt. I like sculpts that tell a story and tell you enough about the model. You know, like we have this tank commander here. You can tell he's definitely not one of the officers. He's definitely like a junior enlisted guy, but just high enough to be a tank commander. You know, probably like an E4, very low ranking E5. Like he's not about that life. You could just tell, you know. So that's why I like kit bashing models, like being able to tell stories about these models by the gear that they carry. You know. You know, I have to look at it. I think this is a Type 96. I think it's side ejecting for the brass. All right, and there we go. There's our little tank commander. You got a medium machine gun in the back. Out in the front, you have a really pissed off tank commander with a light machine gun. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Definitely different. It's funny, the historically the tank forces in the Imperial Japanese Army were always not utilized in very organized nature, so generally whatever officer or NCO was in charge of a tank unit, whatever they thought went, so that's why most tanks, they figured out quickly they couldn't stand up against Shermans and stuff like that. So a lot of them were just, you know, dug into the ground as like makeshift pillboxes, which is a pretty good use of it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure somewhere, someplace, some tank crew, you know, found a light machine gun lying around, or, you know, there were some casualties in the infantry unit and just ganked that shit. You know, you see Fury, and he has, like, his Stig 44, and everybody else has the grease guns. You know, this guy has a Type 96. You know, like, hey, that guy's got a bazooka, instead of, like, having to spin the turret around, you know, to get the rear-facing main machine gun, or instead of trying to, like, kick his bow gunner and tell him where to aim, he just grabs his own Type 96 and just puts a couple rounds right in the Marine with the bazooka. Alright, now let's put the hatches on that thing and then finish up the other parts of the tank. We'll add on with the muffler and the hatches. I'm definitely thinking even though this model's fully painted, definitely think I'm gonna chop the head off the officer here and put on a samurai helmet to kind of match the other ones. I'm probably not going to do it with the metal models just because cutting plastic off and swapping it is very easy. Doing it with metal is a little bit more difficult. So that's why for like the metal officers, I'm going to leave them with their, you know, tanker slash early football style helmets. This guy just has more of a soft cap, which just screams like E4 Mafia. I'm just here. Kind of like taking the time to show like all the different personalities behind these different like tank commanders, you know? It's kind of like, as it slowly evolves, it's kind of just like telling a story about each tank, you know? And each tank style, like you got the lazy guy, you got the one hard charger with his katana out, you know? You have a one practical guy with an extra machine gun. One of the other right arms I have in my infantry kit, or one of my infantry sprues, is I do have a bugle, so I could have one guy with a bugle. That might be pretty cool. Yeah, I got one more tank, so I gotta figure out kind of how I want to do the, what I want to have him holding. I'll probably do another metal one with his arm out. Just gotta figure out what I want him to have. Wish I had more of these German crewmen. These are really easy. Because they have like one arm missing, it made them super easy to kit bash. Like I said, he had... The uniform, I guess, supposed to be like that Hugo Boss black leather, but, you know, it looks enough like a plain tan uniform that I can just paint it and it'll be fine. Alright, this is probably one of the harder parts. I always thought it was the treads, but the more I work on it, the more I realize these hatches are a bit of a pain in the ass. Let's see if I can get these. Alright, there's one hatch. So these little difficult. I say the more difficult parts you'll see I'll do off camera, just because it's a little bit easier. Keep my hands kind of close in. Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, we're working on, I built a Konflikt 47 style Captain America model. He's got the, I went with the the heater-shaped, more like kite shield instead of the round one from like the beginning of the movies. He's got his Thompson. He's actually got a gas mask, and he's actually got a Tesla club, kind of. So he'll be one of the captains for my Conflikt 47. And we're working on another tank. Hey, what's going on, Stephen Bonsai, man? Good morning. So if you guys haven't seen, this is actually quite hilarious. We're trying to make all our tank commanders a little bit different. So here's this one. You know, he's got the samurai helmet, which is cool. And yes, with this other arm, he actually has a light machine gun with a bayonet on it. So it's not WYSIWYG, you know, the medium machine gun's in the back of the tank. But instead of having a pistol or an SMG, this guy full on has a mag-fed Type 96 light machine gun. So this was a German tank commander that came in my Panther box. He had like a Hugo Boss leather jacket. He had like a big base on the bottom of him so he could stand up in the turret. And he had like a peak cap with headphones on. So we took the head off and we added a samurai helmet. And his right arm was empty, so we added a light machine gun with a bayonet. Yeah, he is the pintle mount. Type 97s don't have pintle mounted machine guns, unfortunately. But yeah, essentially that's what he is. So I made the joke, you know, like War Daddy from Fury. Yeah, he had that Stig 44, you know, but old Yoshi over here's got a Type 96. You know, when you don't have time to spin the turret around to use your rear-facing medium machine gun, you don't have enough time to kick your bow gun in the shoulder to shoot that guy with a bazooka. You just pull it. You just grab your Type 96 on the top. Unfortunately, I glued it a little too high up to put a. I don't think a bipod would reach. I might put a bipod on it. I don't know. I don't think the bipod wouldn't reach the turret, and it's so fragile it'll probably break. So I'm probably just gonna leave that how it is. Here is the drive me closer so I can bonsai with my katana commander. So we're working on finishing this tank right now. We're probably going to put on the other hatch. And then we're just going to add on the mufflers. Yeah, believe it or not, I still have another tank kit after this. On these streams, I have built 4 Shiha tanks. You can see our different types of commanders. You have practical guy with his light machine gun. You have kind of the lazy guy who's just kind of hanging out. You have the drive me closer so I can hit him with my sword. And then you have just a commander. He's kind of smart, hiding behind his, you know, turret cover. He's got binoculars and he's got a samurai helmet, you know, with a little fan on top. And then I have the one I've always had that's painted. So he's probably gonna get his head chopped off and we'll put on a samurai helmet, match the others. So we just gotta put on the bow mount. We'll put on the hatches first, then we'll put on the bow medium machine gun, and we'll probably put on the mufflers, and that'll be it for that tank. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me, man. Yeah, I'm okay. That was That hurricane came pretty close. Definitely got some damage in my area, but lucky enough we're okay, which is nice. And also we built this little Konflikt 47 style Captain America model I got from Anvil Miniatures. Super cool. The cool thing is I can say these four tanks that were built, 3 of them have customized commanders, I guess. I wouldn't really call it kit bashing. One is just blowing a sword to a guy's hand, like kit bashing, you know. But all the bits are actual Warlord bits. Like all of this is Warlord stuff. That's kind of cool. I don't get to say that very often in my like models that I build because I kit bash from a lot of different stuff. Alright, we're about to put on the, basically the bow plate of the forward bow part. That'll have the mount for the bow gunner and his medium machine gun. How many times can I say bow? Bow, 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 bow. Ooh, I'll have to take a look. I might have, that might be what I'm thinking. I think not. I'll have to take a look for bits. Yeah, right now for all my samurai bits, I'm using the samurai box from Warlord Games' Pike and Shot. It's 28mm, and the scale is, you know, good enough for my old tired eyes, and it works for me. But yeah, if I'm looking for more bits, I may have to check that out. I will look that up and check it out. That's awesome. Yeah, if you guys ever have any recommendations for me to find bits, let me know. Oh yeah, I'm looking at those right now. Yeah, those do look cool. They look very similar to the ones I was thinking of that Warlord Games has as well. Oh yeah, see the Shinobi ninjas. Those would be neat. I particularly like the Geisha girls. I might use those for my my Kempa tie. That's actually kind of neat. Oh man, yeah, there's some badass models. Yeah, thanks for showing me this. I may have to steal some of these. Yeah, these are legit. Good call, Steven. I appreciate it, man. Phenomenal. As you can tell, this sprue has the back flags, which are really neat, and it has absolute shit tons of katana and other swords and weaponry. A lot of the armor and heads and stuff like that, so it's pretty legit. As I always say, when building these tanks, dry fit before you glue. You'll save majority of your heartache. Listen, Nathan. Just because I'm a Red Corsair fan does not mean... Oh, man. Yeah, so Steven, I can highly recommend. So, I was talking to somebody else, someone who plays Tau, of all things. And they're making like their, I forget what they call it, like Moncree, I guess, like the human Imperial Guardsmen who now work for the Tower or whatever. And I was like, oh, if you're looking for really cool conversion kits, you know, that samurai box, it comes with like 5 or 6 different sprues, it's like a shit ton with a lot of bits, and you can make some really cool Japanese themed stuff for your Moncree style Imperial Guardsmen fighting for the Tau. Also, Warlord Games has another game out, I want to say. It looks similar to that Test of Honor. It has a different name. I think it's like Heroes of Elwan or something like that. Heroes of something. But it has a lot of like classic samurai style poses. So I was thinking about picking up one of those boxes. Now I may pick up Test of Honor instead. Like I said, I think for my Kimpatai, like my secret police officer for my army, which I plan on running 2 of them actually. I think Geisha Girls would be perfect, because, you know, that'd be the perfect secret police, is the Geisha Girl, or the girl in the massage parlor, like, you know, tracking down secrets and stuff like that. Very Humid style, you know, if you're familiar with the term Humid. Oh, I forget how old I am. Again, not saying all Geisha girls work massage parlors, not saying that. But so before someone from the culture police comes and beats the shit out of me. Yeah, so that's the other thing. I was trying to tell my brother about the chapter. He's like, what are the Blood Ravens known for? I was like, do you have 20 bucks I can borrow and I'll tell you? He's like, are you gonna give it back? I was like, no, and I'll probably steal your wallet. He's like, is that a Blood Raven? I was like, that's a Blood Raven. Yeah, I'm noticing. So that's what I'm noticing. I'm glad you got me a more appropriate talk. I was talking about like gear tactics earlier, like real world. But as far as tabletop news, I think for the price of Wargaming nowadays, I feel like everyone's looking for a good skirmish game. And Infinity's been like running the skirmish games for a long time, and everybody has like, oh, but I've been playing this, and this has been around. I'm not saying Infinity invented skirmish level Wargaming, they haven't, but with the new kill team for 40k coming out, you have Infinity, which has always been around. You have mine. You have Fallout, Nuka World. You know. You have Necromunda. There's a lot of small-scale skirmish. Zone Alpha, if you're into that kind of thing. There's a lot of good skirmish games out there. I feel like skirmishing is the way to go, because not a lot of people just have the time for a full-ass, you know, 2,000 point Warhammer 40k battle, or like a 1250 bolt action game, you know. But having like, that's why I always tell people, you know, even if you have full-size bolt action armies, don't overlook a real fun 500 point skirmish with like night fighting rules, you know, especially with version 3, you know. Ooh, I have my fancy rulebook finally. You know, put in like Recce platoons only, like put in that special rule and do night fighting. You know, just because you have the points to play a big tactical game, play those by all means, have fun. But don't forget about how much fun a small-scale tactical game can be, too. All right, so that was the last time because I can hear it. You know, I can hear the delay. That is the last time I will. Oh, this will be the last time I'll say Recce. I'm a Yank. I'm just gonna say Recon. If people don't like it, they can fight me. I'm sure there's a difference culturally between Recce and Reconnaissance and Recon or Recondo, but I'm gonna say Recon. Fight me. I'm no longer gonna say Recce. That would be cool if Bolt Action. I mean, if Warhammer 40k had like Blood Angel mode, or Blood Angel objective is just steal as many relics as possible. So now if you hear me say Recon or Recon Platoon or Recon Unit, or this unit has Recon ability, that's me saying Recce. I'm not going to say Recce. Even if Warlord Games sends me a cease and desist letter, it's like, it clearly says Recce, use the word Recce. I was like, I refuse. I can hear it in the background. America! Fuck yeah. I will use meters in the metric system for measurement, you know, I have no problem doing that, you know, but I refuse to use the term Recce anymore. It's the last stream. 20th stream, and the last stream that ought to be the term Recce used. Oh, wow. Oh, hey, man. Here I am cracking jokes. Dude, that's awesome. I'm really glad. Slightly terrified. I think I'm a bad influence, but if it helps you, that's awesome. Yeah, I love kit bashing, man. We were just talking about that. I like how when you kit bash, I feel like every model can tell a story. If you go on Warlord Games and you look up the Ghost Attack Squad model that comes with the second Konflikt book, it comes with a Ghost Attack Squad unit, and he's actually like phasing through a wall, and we were talking about how cool that model is and how cool it is a model that actually shows what they do on the tabletop in the sculpt, and it kind of tells a story. So that's the point I'm trying to say. That's why I like kit bashing units. They really tell a story about a unit, and I know a lot of people do that through painting, and that's okay too. I've seen people do really cool paintings that also kind of tell a story for the model, but I'm not that good of a painter. Spoiler alert. So I do it through modeling and kit bashing. I really should build orcs. But hey, man, if my if that influenced you or helped you out, dude, that you have no idea how motivating that is for me, man. I super appreciate that. That keeps me going in these streams. I really, 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 really appreciate that comment. Truly, that's awesome, man. Yeah, more kit bashing the better. Because the cool thing is, once you kit bash, that model is now one of one. Even if you kit bash another model like it, it probably won't be the same. You know, it just adds uniqueness to your own army the way they're not all blending in. Yeah, oh, Badab War. Yes. Yes. Oh, God. Probably my favorite part of Warhammer 40k. Steven, I'm sure you've seen, I posted pictures in Mordian's Discord. I'm sure you've seen pictures of my my custom warband of Red Corsairs. They're called the Salto Squadron. So I took a tactical marine box, and I bought a whole bunch of extra bits, including Red Corsair shoulder pads and a whole bunch of more tactical bits like grenades and pistols and knives. And I fully kitted them out, so they don't look like Renegades. They don't look like Chaos Space Marines, but they look more like Renegade Space Marines. So yeah, kit dapping for Badab War, I'm all about that. Aluminium is a big one. Yep, aluminium, aluminum. Lieutenant. Which honestly, because I've worked with Australian, Canadian, and British Armed Forces before. LT. You just say where's your LT? You know, where's your sub LT or where's your LT? Where's your second LT or first LT? LT was generally the easier way to go about it. Oh man, I'm glad. Oh, super cool. Yeah, awesome, dude. I'm glad you're into it. I'm glad you're already thinking about it, but I'm glad I gave you ideas. Yeah, man. It's something I've always had fun with. I knew I wouldn't be that good of a painter, so I always try to make up my, I guess, my talent points in kit bashing. Find that way. Oh shit. Oh, I was talking and I totally forgot about it. Matthew, look at this. I messed up. I put the bow machine gun in before the hatches. Here I am, you know, chit-chatting, feeling good about, you know, positively influencing somebody, and I get all up. Hey, Scott the Bot, what's going on, buddy? We are working on another Chiha tank. We built a Konflikt 47 style Captain America, and we are working on our fourth for the channel, our fourth Chiha. And this tank commander, he's custom, kit bashed. He was a German officer. We chopped off the head, added a samurai helmet, and we gave him a light machine gun with a bayonet, of course. What's the point of having a light machine gun if you don't put a bayonet on it, honestly? Man, I said it twice in the stream that I wouldn't forget, Matthew, and I still forgot to do the hatches before the medium, before the bow gun. I think every time except for the third tank. I think every other tank I've forgotten. So I actually have a box of I keep forgetting what they're called. They're from Wargaming Atlantic. It's some title like, hold on, I can see it right here. What are they called? Cannon fodder. That's the term. So I have a box of Wargaming Atlantic cannon fodder, and they come with actual, like, they look like vac suits, because you can make them as like penal legions or just regular military because they have helmets or, like, you know, chain collars, or they come with what look like EVA or like space helmets, and it makes it look like a vac suit. So I think what I'm going to do is, I think since I have my 10 Renegade Space Marines, I think I'm going to build these 30 and kit them out as Trader Guardsmen. Because I plan on getting back into Battlefleet Gothic, so I'd like to have a boarding party, you know, at least like a 500 point size army. So what I plan on doing is having like different colored like flight suits, you know, and you have like different patching where the flight suits have been repaired from like bullet wounds and stuff like that, but they'd all have like same colored helmets, you know, so it looks like these are like space crews from like different void ships and stuff like that, you know, that are just like kind of banded up over the years to kind of help out with this the squadron underneath the Red Corsair warband. I got that idea from Expanse. If you've ever seen, like, Belters will have, like, if you look at season 1 when they're assaulting the station, you have all the Belters in the pods that are gonna land, and they're all wearing like different vac suits or EVA suits from like all the different ships they've been on, or like the different companies they work for, you know? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Oh, thanks, Steven. Yeah, I tried. Very easy paint scheme, so I picked it. They're mostly all black. But yeah, I had fun kit bashing them. I think the one I'm really happy about, because they're supposed to represent the different models you can take for the Chaos Space Marine kill team. and one of them is an icon bear. So instead of having like a big giant totem, which to me would be very useful for like void ship combat when you're trying to like sneak through a hatch, you know, you don't want a big ass totem on top of your back. So for the icon bear, I did an actual skull and crossbones, like attached to his left shoulder. Right shoulder? Yeah, right shoulder. Alright, there we go. And I'm using my super scientific, expensive modeling tool to scrape excess super glue off. It's my coffee stirrer. Never been used, so before you freak out saying that my tank is going to smell like overpriced coffee. Never been used. I just used it to kind of clean up some of the stuff off. Useful. I either use that or toothpicks off more often than not. Alright, there we go. Now all I gotta do is just put the mufflers on. Like I said, these tanks aren't fully finished, but I get them to the part where I put the mufflers on, and then I work on the next tank. Once all those are finished, I'll go in and add all the smaller details off camera. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is I plan on picking up a couple of the Horus Heresy, like, boxes, just because I wanted, like, good Firstborn Marine kits that aren't, like, crazy expensive. And I like that you just get guys with bolters. Like, that's exactly what I'm looking for, so... So the cool thing, some of you, like I said, Steven's seen them. For some of you who haven't seen my my Red Corsairs, two of the details I added in, besides like the gear everywhere, to make it more void combat style. And again, this is just for looks. It's not, you know, for gameplay in the table. I put chain bayonets on them. I'm pretty sure that was in the older Horus Heresy books. I think I remember reading it once. Because like I said, who has time to swing a long chain sword or even a chain axe inside of a hatchway? You know, but you come through a half-open hatchway with a bolter, with a drum mag on, just slinging bolts, and you have the chain bayonet going. That's really gonna help clear a passageway and clear a fatal funnel. You know. The other detail I added, one of my favorite ones, because my brother actually asked about it. He pointed it out. Was he's like, hey, if these are Renegade or Chaos Space Marines, he's like, why is the plasma blue? And I was like, I'm super glad you asked that. So the plasma pistol that the leader has and the plasma gun that one of the gunners has, it's loyalist. It's blue in color, and the reason why I did that is these guys are just stealing shit. They're attacking loyalist and imperial void ships and convoys, stealing weaponry. You know, so they're more often to come across, you know, imperial plasma guns and plasma pistols. So that's kind of what they're using. They're using more like the loyalist style weaponry because they're not full renegade. They haven't been part of the long war. Like they're just recently crossed over. You know, not full worshiping chaos gods. They're just renegade. Yeah, Steven nailed it. Yeah, they have to, you know, use what they can find and kind of pillage and shit like that. So that's why I see them. They have a combination of, they have drum mags, but they all, you know, it's because I always saw like chaos bolters. They look cool, you know, with them all being like belt fed. But belt fed, I think, wouldn't work very well in void or void of space, you know, for space combat. So that's why I gave them, you know, drum mags. You know, because I figured once you board a ship, there is no going back for supplies. That's why they have all the extra ammo pouches and grenades on them and extra pistols and knives. Like once you board a ship, you bring everything you have with you and you find what you need on the ground. So that's why they have drum mags, but they also have pouches for regular sickle style bolter mags. And like one of them has a sneaky beaky helmet and stuff like that. It's all just, you know, random gear. I feel like, you know, the Red Corsairs were a fun option for kit bashing. But I imagine the Blood Raiders will probably be the same, like whatever you can steal. Yeah, that's one of the things I liked about the lore is like, yeah, you could pray to a chaos god if you want, but you know, you don't have to. No one cares. I just imagine having giant horns sticking out of your helmet would make kind of a pain in the ass going through hatches. So I try and build them as like common sense as possible. Almost more like the Raptors. You know how the Raptors have like very modern day tactical gear layout and like camo style colors and tactics. That's kind of how their gear was laid out. That probably should have been the loyalist chapter I said they were. It's alright. Oh, that is super cool. Yeah, I feel like the older you get, the more 30k appeals to you. Kind of like the older you get, the more you're into like historical wargaming. Cause like I said, I like Firstborn Marines, so you know I'm not a big Primaris guy, so I'm like, oh man, I might actually lean more towards 30k these days. You know, that big Horus misunderstanding. Yeah, the Night Lord, I know what you're talking about. Matthew, the Night Lord models do look awesome. I have seen those, but yeah, the pricing can get weird. Just like for a while, Kill Team boxes were pretty well priced. Then I went to go look the other day because I was like, I feel like building orcs. I was like, oh, you know what? There's an orc Kill Team. And they're commandos too. That'll be hilarious. You know, I could do like purple stripes on green skin. That'll be really cool. You know, not too crazy to do. And I went to look up the price, and it was way too high to be a Kill Team. I was like, what the shit? Like, why can nothing stay normal priced? So here's a question for all the 40k fans in the chat. What do you guys think the orcs like fighting more? Space Marines or Chaos Space Marines? I imagine the orcs love a good tussle with some Khorne Berserkers, you know? But then again, I'm sure orcs love fighting Blood Angels or Black Templars. Yeah, like I said, that's why I think I built my kill team, like all things considered. I think I probably paid $45 for it, $30 for the box of Tactical Space Marine Firstborn, and probably about $15 worth of bits. I bought some random bits from, I think, Anvil or Victoria Miniatures, one of the two, and then I bought on Etsy some Red Corsair Pauldrons. So yeah, probably about $45 US or about $50 US to build my, and I built like 10. I built 10. And I can only take, I think, 8. So that gives me 2 models that kind of like sub in and out. So, not bad. 10-man kill team for $50. Oh yeah, I forgot about Space Wolves. Yeah, that'd be another good one. So yeah, that's the two weapons I'm waiting for them to add in Space Marine 2. I know they had the flamer like in the campaign, which was fun, but you guys can let me know that you play Space Marines now in 40k. Are missile launchers not a thing anymore? I feel like I don't see missile launchers anymore. It definitely wasn't in Space Marine 2, which kind of makes me sad. I miss me a good missile launcher, or for those of you in the know, a good tread feather. You know. I definitely put one on my my chaos kill team. Can't bypass a good tread feather, you know. I felt like even as the guard, that's something I loved when I made the conversion from my 7th edition, you know, all veterans to 8th edition. I made them elite, the Legion drop troops, was swapping over to rocket launchers. It was always cool to like, do I want frag or crack? Frag or crack? Yeah, Chaos Havoc still have missile launchers. It's so cool to choose between frag or crack, you know, to make that gambled risk. Be like, you know what, I want to go with the crack, and when it hits, just like a grenade launcher, you're like, yes. Made my day, Steven. I appreciate it. Yeah, my guy, I definitely have a missile launcher on my guy. Alright guys, here is our 4th built tank. We built it during this stream, not too bad. So we went with a typical Type 97 Chiha. So it has the light howitzer, it has a bow medium machine gun, it does have the rear facing medium machine gun, and just for grins, our tank commander has his own light machine gun with a bayonet. Super simple and easy. Like I said, we built a total of 4 of these on the stream, which is pretty awesome. Not bad. You will definitely see these guys painted for Kriegsmiss, and we still have one more to build. Oh man, that is before my time. I do not remember plasma missile or rad grenades, but those sound cool. That sounds really cool. That's definitely way before my time. Yeah, man pack, they got 10 to swear by them. Sure is sure. If anyone asked, Ku is a menace. Sure is sure he is. If you can't tell, Guns of Tanith is my favorite Gaunt's Ghost series book. It's also probably my favorite. Ooh, that's a tough call. Yeah, it is my favorite Warhammer 40k book. Closely followed by Shadowpoint. I love my Battlefield Gothic novels. But Guns of Tanith by far. Alright, so with those tanks built, before I start the 5th tank, I'll probably save that for tomorrow's stream. But I'll show you what else we'll be working on after we finish that tank on tomorrow's stream. So I'm gonna mute just so you don't hear me like wrestling around and stuff like that and fighting the monster in the closet. But let me let me grab some boxes and show you what Konflikt 47 models we'll be working on. Pretty excited about this. Alright, so from Anvil Miniatures, which I highly recommend. I don't have any codes or anything like that. But if you are part of Morty and Glory's channel, you'll definitely know what code to use. So I got these. These are some Cultist heavy arms, because I wanted to add a flamethrower to my Cult of Imhotep army. So for those of you who don't know, I have a Cult of Imhotep count as German army for Konflikt 47. So these are the robed heavy arms, and then I basically got these robed. Hold on, let me. There we go. So it's not as bright. There we go. So there are the flame arms, and then here's the actual flame pack and flamethrower option. So it's gonna look like a heavy flamer from 40k, but hey, it's okay. It's Konflikt 47, right? So I'm definitely gonna be making a flamethrower team because it was used in the movies too. So that's kind of why I want one. I think I'm going more thematic than tactical here. Now this is what I'm excited about. So Anvil Miniatures, they have some, you know, this is not Stargate, but Stargate models. And this is what I'm excited about. So these are the Nujabes heads that you see on Stargate. You know, they have different type of Egyptian god heads like Ra and stuff like that they wear above. Well, I grabbed a bunch of the Nujabes ones, and I'll show you why. Because from Wargaming Atlantic, I got this box. This is 20 werewolves from Wargaming Atlantic, right? So I'll show you what the sprue actually looks like. I'll show you what I'm thinking. All right, so here's the sprue. So what I'm thinking is the Anubis warriors that you saw in the Mummy movies. I'm gonna actually use these werewolves, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut the ears off the actual werewolf heads right here, and then I'm gonna put the Anubis helmets on top. So it'll actually make them look like warriors of Anubis from the Mummy movies. So these will be my Schreckwolfen for my Cult of Imhotep army. I only need 12, because you could take them in a max size of 6, and I have 2 squads of them. So I only need 12 of these, and then I think the other 8 I'm just going to build as regular Schreckwolfen. And then I'll probably put like ammo belts and some military gear on them so they look a little bit more, you know, Konflikt 47, less just standard werewolf. But hey, if you guys are looking to get into Konflikt 47 and you already have a bolt action army that's German or Finnish, and you're like, hey, I want some bolt action models, but I don't want to pay, I want some Konflikt 47 models, but I want to pay like $40 for 5 werewolves, you know? Wargaming Atlantic, they have a werewolf box. You get 20 werewolves for like $35 US. Pretty good deal, depending on your situation. You know, and all you gotta do is just slap on some like helmets and a little bit of like World War II military gear bits that you have, and boom, there you are with more Schreckwolf than you could ever want. So super easy, barely an inconvenience, you know? So that'll be what, we'll be working on tomorrow after we finish it'll be our overall, our 6th tank, because we still have this guy fully built and painted. So it'll be our 6th tank, but it'll be our 5th tank built on stream. After we finish our 5th Chiha, then we're probably gonna move on to building these Anubis warrior, my Cult of Imhotep Schreckwolfen. So I think that'll be a lot of fun. Again, more kit bashing. So I always get these weird kit bashing ideas. I'm like, oh, if I take this bit and this bit. That's why, me personally, I love websites. I know Wargaming Atlantic does this. And also, huge shout out to Frostgrave. You ever looked at Frostgrave? If you're looking at kit bashing Warhammer 40k or the old world models, don't overlook Frostgrave boxes. They have great stuff. Some of them can be expensive, like their wizard box. So their boxes will say 1 or 2. 1 means male, 2 means female body type. Traditional. Oh god, I don't want to get down that rabbit hole. But that's what it means. And they also have a space version, so if you want to use it for Warhammer 40k, you can do that too. But they come with some of the most amazing bits. That's where the skull and crossbones came. If you're looking for a bunch of just random bits, one of the best boxes out there is the Frostgrave Wizard box. It looks expensive. It doesn't look cost effective. I try not to use the term expensive or cheap. Because you're only getting, it says it only makes 8 models. And it's a price that doesn't match their other boxes. You're like, why am I paying 20 or 30 bucks for only 8 models? That's like Warhammer 40k GW prices. Well, it only builds 8 wizards, but the customization bits they have are effing insane. So if you're doing something like trying to think of the name of it. What's the old warlord game that takes place in the city? I'm trying to think. I cannot think of the name of it off the top of my head. But you build little war bands and you kind of run through a whole city. Oh man, like it's not Malifaux. It's I can't think of it off the top of my head. But you build these customized, very small customized war bands. That's what that box is really good for. So you're looking at for minis for like fantasy stuff. Look up the wizard box from Warlord game. From Frostgrave. There's also a Wizards 2 box, which has more female bits. Mordheim, yes. Oh, thank you, Steve. Man, Steven, you're just like win after win after win. Yes, thank you, Mordheim. Where you build small themed war bands, like little smalls, not squads, but like little parties. I guess would be the best term. But yeah, look at those Frostgrave Wizard and Wizard 2 boxes. It sounds like I'm shilling for them. You know what I mean? I'm not paid by anybody. But I'm telling you, if you're interested in good bits and you don't have a 3D printer, you can also go on the website, which I love. This is why I like Frostgrave. You can go on the website, look at their boxes, and they'll have pictures of the sprue. So you can literally see what comes on each sprue, and you can calculate if it's worth it or what you could use it for. So, a good example of what I use mine for. You may laugh. So I'm building, I have a pirate themed, or more like privateer, a privateer themed Empire army for the old world. And so I'm building my old cannoneers, my own cannoneers. And the wizard set comes with like a, like a seeing, like a seeing eyeball kind of thing, or like a, like the Lord of the Rings Pantera kind of balls, like a crystal ball to kind of gaze into, And I was like, that looks just like a cannonball. I was like, perfect, boom, there we go, we got a cannonball. So I took one of the staffs, I cut off the tip, and I put like a little bit of like a bigger cylinder on the end, and then boom, I have a sponge ramrod. I was like, this is perfect. It's like, boom, I can build cannoneers. With these stabs and with these crystal balls, boom, I have cannonballs and a ramrod. It's like, this is awesome, super easy. So Wargaming Atlantic is also pretty good about showing you everything that comes on our sprue. So these werewolves should be pretty good. I haven't seen this much model value per box since the other thing I recommend. These are the two. When everyone asks me like, hey, some people are like, what's the best way to get to Konflikt 47? I generally say one of the starter boxes, because it's hard to say. Everyone has their own financial situation, but the starter game or the starter boxes for Konflikt 47 have good value, because you're definitely getting more models in the price if you were to buy them individually, but that's true of any starter set. But you also get a rule book, dice, including your order dice, and everyone knows if you play Warlord games, Boltex or Konflikt 47, the models are a lot more affordable than GW, but the order dice, they're unique to the game and they can be expensive, and that's kind of where they make their money back, is in the books and in the dice, which is okay, no shame. But the starter set comes with the order dice, It comes with models, and the best part is those models can most of the models, particularly the infantry, can be used in bolt action or Konflikt 47. If I would definitely pick one box, I'd pick a box that comes with a tank. Obviously pick whatever army you like, whatever nation you want to collect, but if you don't care, if you're just like, I want the best bang for my value, honestly, I used to say it was always going to be the Soviets. The Soviets are still a great value, but I would say the best value isn't even my beloved Imperial Japanese. The two best box sets I would recommend for Konflikt 47, at least at this time, is the USSR and the British. The British is cool because it comes with, I want to say, it comes with their automatons. It comes with a Cromwell that comes with a Tesla turret. It comes with a light walker, and it comes with infantry. So the infantry can be used in bolt action. The Cromwell, so when you get a tank, the reason why I say get these starter kits that come with tanks is because when you get a Konflikt 47 tank, it comes with all the traditional stuff in the traditional turret, like these, the traditional turret for bolt action, but it will also come with the Weird War or Rift Tech turret to make it a Tesla tank or a compression tank or a gravity tank, you know? So that's why I say always aim for the starter kits that actually come with tanks, because you're going to get a lot of bang for your buck and a lot more stuff that crosses over into bolt action. So same thing with the USSR. They get a light Cossack walker, which every time I see them on the tabletop, they absolutely smash. I don't know why. They don't sound that good on paper, but they're absolutely dangerous as shit on the tabletop. And they get their Sonic tank. They get their ZP-34, I want to say. And so it's a traditional T-34, but it also comes with a CP Sonic turret as well. You get both. Comes with a shit ton of infantry, because of course it does. And the Soviets come with their, if you haven't seen it yet, it comes with their Generation 1 power armor. So everybody else has actual power armor. The Soviets just have like exo armor welded onto a really strong person. So it's just a really buff Russian with like a whole bunch of like sheet metal. Well, imagine like the first Iron Man suit that he built in the cave. That's what the Russian first generation power armor looks like. Their second generation looks better. It's more high tech, but the first generation looks like Iron Man cave style. So you get heavy infantry, you get a whole bunch of regular infantry, you get a tank that can either be a stock tank or a Rift Tech tank, Sonic tank, and you get a light walker. So that's why I say the Russian starter kit's a really good one, or the British one is a really, really good one. The other ones aren't bad. I don't think any of them are a bad value, bang for your buck. So that's the best way to get into Konflikt 47. Now, someone's saying, hey, what's the cheapest way to get into Konflikt 47 if you already have a bolt action army? The key, if you already have a bolt action army, I would get obviously the rulebook, but then I would either get a, ooh, I have the box right here, hold on. So I would either get this this Kings of War. It's made by Mantic. You know, Kings of War. Kings of War zombie horde box. It builds about 40 zombies. If you include the ones laying down, I don't really like the ones laying down, so those are better just to use for like terrain or something like that, you know. But it built an absolute shit ton of zombies, and it's very cost effective for that box. So, especially if you're playing as like the Germans or the Germans or the Imperial Japanese, you can either get, you know, or both. You can get a box of zombies from Mantic, and you can get a box of werewolves from Wargaming Atlantic, and you have a whole shit ton of horror units for super affordable prices. You know, ready to go for the tabletop. You just got to build them and put them out there, and you can already cross over into Konflikt 47 with your bolt action army you already have. As far as if you have like a an allied bolt action army, so if you're looking at the Americans or the British or Canadians or Australians or any other Commonwealth force, what I would recommend is just pick up a walker that you like, a medium walker or bigger. You can get the heavy Merlin if you're British or Commonwealth. You can get one of the heavier walkers for the Americans if you want. Or I said I would just stick with the Grizzly. So the Grizzly medium walker is basically like a Sherman on two legs, except it also has a fist that can fuck shit up instead of just being a tank. So it has the benefit of having the same armor all the way around. It has no weak spots on its armor. It has the 75 millimeter gun. It has a medium machine gun. It has a heavy machine gun, and also has a fist. So yeah, if you're looking like what's the first model I should add if I have British, Commonwealth, or American forces, any kind of allied, I would recommend grabbing a Grizzly medium walker, and that'll take care of your armored tank slot, you know, and that frees up your armored car slot for a lighter mech or something else, or an armored car. It is a pretty good upgrade to most tanks you can find out there. So that would be what I would do. I said if you have Imperial, Japanese, or German, I would pick up boxes of zombies and boxes of werewolves, you know? But yeah, guys, so tomorrow's stream will be same time, same place, same bat channel, same bat time. We'll be working on the last tank that I have for right now. I'll probably get some more tank kits here in a minute. The last tank kit that I have, we'll be putting another probably kit bashed custom tank commander on it. And we'll build that guy. And then when we finish that guy, anytime we have left over, we're going to get started on our Nujabes Warriors, you know, flavored Shrek Wolfen for our Cult of Imhotep army. So that's pretty cool. It was a great stream. I appreciate all you guys tuning in and chatting. I know a lot of you guys have been here since the beginning of the chat too, which I super appreciate. We had some good conversations. I kind of went off on some random topics, so hopefully you didn't mind. They're all somewhat related, I promise. But I was kind of all over the place. I was just happy to be back. The hurricane, it flooded a lot of our local roads and blocks, like some of the bridges are blocked too. So I've literally had nowhere. I've had a all-wheel drive vehicle full of fuel, but I've had nowhere to go. So I've just been hanging out with the missus and with the dogs. That doesn't bother me. Like I said, the whole COVID lockdown, that never bothered me. Mostly because I had a job that let me leave the house. I was an essential worker, first responder. So it never really bothered me. But I could be shut in. I did a lot of reading, you know, played a lot of offline games, hung out with the spouse, played with the dogs. It was a good time. But I'm super happy to be back on the stream and back streaming again. I plan on getting back on the video creation route. I got a whole bunch of ideas, a whole bunch of stuff kind of worked on. For this, you guys catching in towards the end of the stream. I am still working on the t-shirts. I know I promised that those will be out soon. I've been working a lot with my Suno AI program that creates music. I've been making my own instrumental tracks. So instead of this luau music, which I do like, don't get me wrong, but I'm making my own special branded like Tiki / tropical music. So I'll have like my own background playlist. I don't have to worry about like, you know, takedowns or DCMA or anything like that. So that's kind of cool. Working on more lore videos and some other ideas. Like I said, stay tuned. Most of the time I'll put out, if it's Konflikt 47 related, which most of my content will be, it'll be put out on Wednesdays. So keep an eye on Wednesday. I have no set time because I do work that day, so I kind of put it out whenever I have time to kind of put on the final edits and send it out. It's usually, everything is like kind of JIT just in time, so you have to bear with me. It's a one-man show over here. But the streams will always be on these Saturdays and Sundays. So I say I do it from 2 a.m. to about 6 a.m. Eastern. I appreciate you guys tuning in. I've heard really great things, like people saying my kit bashing kind of influenced them to do some of their own kit bashing. They've already kit bashed, so it's not like I'm like this revolutionary thing, but it's super cool to hear that. All the way on Reddit, I saw one person post that they listened to my videos while building models, and it's just a super cool feeling. Like I said, I have a very small community, but I have an awesome community. You guys are super cool. It makes me motivated to log in and keep doing this, which I really appreciate. But I said, if you guys are headed to bed, I hope you get a good night's sleep. You know, if you guys are headed to work, I hope you have a great day at work. You've definitely earned it. But ultimately, like I always tell you guys, I hope you guys stay safe, stay hydrated, and don't forget to relax today, because you're on Tiki time.
Soldiers of wooden sand, type array, rifles in hand, hula gals with summer smiles, no war drums, just beach for miles. Ghost park by Tiki lights, shadows dancing, trumpet perfect nights, sand beneath where boots once stood. Paradise ain't so misunderstood. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Bunkers built from palm and hope, coconuts and crude soap. Imperial dreams, fade and sun, warriors turn beach bums. Shrine to ocean gods we raise, praying for forgotten days. Sake in the campfire glow, life's a surfboard, ebb and flow. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands. Lost in waves and hula tunes, tiki drinks and months of moons. Forgot the fight in distant lands, just surf and play with tired hands.